interesting and fun. And
program continues in a moment. Oh, now this is.
I got me some pizza here.
Why don't we have any audio? This is very strange.
Forget about it. Hey, Robin.
It's the source. Oh, okay.
Jonah, Debbie.
Oh. They are not. I see what you're saying. They are not transmitting the audio. Okay. I just got really, really scared. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it in another browser. No. Okay. There's no audio in any browser. Got it. All right. So now there's audio. What's going on? He doesn't have it. I want to make sure that if this is.
Jonah, Debbie, Robin, Kat, Tiffany, Evan. What's up, guys? Eating some pizza.
No audio in Austria. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to check if. Let me just see if, like, for example, I can get the Plasma song.
Yo, Jinman.
Today I'm pleased to.
Okay.
Make it.
All right. That makes me less concerned. So it does appear to be the feed. There's no audio anyway. I just got very scared, my friends. We almost had a very, very powerful. Here we go. Okay.
Pandemic, only about 80 people will be in the audience.
Okay. There is Melania Trump, I think. Is that who that is? Yes, okay. Melania Trump there. And a lot going on here as we get very close to the start of this debate. Okay.
Pizza!
Members, I see you all. Karen Stewart is new member number 22. Ryan Collins, 23. Robert Dishaw, 24. We will update. While the debate is going, we will update the bar. Okay, so nobody worry about that. All memberships will be credited, and let's hope that we do not run out of such memberships. William Ben Brooks says Biden should volunteer a urine test that Trump can collect. Yeah, Trump seems focused on urine. It's really bizarre. Really, really bizarre. Destination says, get a beer and chill. We will wait for you. All right, well, thank you. Hunter White says, FYI, I subscribed but didn't hear if you got it. We're going to work through the list. Because there's a lot of stuff backed up. Jacob Paris is asking whether he should order pizza and Chinese food.
Yeah, Melania's wearing a mask.
Pizza tonight. That's my sense. Maybe for the VP debate, go with Chinese food. I don't think that that's a bad idea. Thanks to Ramekin Beast, who has subscribed with Prime and says, thanks a lot for everything you do. Keep it up. Thank you. Thanks to Just a Fluffy Panda, T-Bone, Vargos, Catchow Bravo, Mania Jack, Sublush, Gazix, Aradens. Geez, these are some difficult names. Throw some vowels in there. All right, very good.
Why you beasling?
What else do we have going on? Yeah, no, people worried about the audio. The audio actually is okay. As
Not
you can
too late
see
for
here, the
coffee.
subtitles say silence. So that's what tells us that the audio is correct. And PBS not even in the room yet. We are tentatively 1 minute from the start of the first presidential debate. I'm so glad that you were with us. We do now have 47,000 people watching across all platforms.
Wow.
And it could not be a greater day. That does set a record for us for a live stream. We've never had 47,000 people watching at once. And we, in theory, will get the other two presidential and VP debates. So if you want to be notified about those, if you're watching me on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's absolutely free. If you're watching on Twitch, go ahead and follow. Let's get to Chris Wallace, apparently just about ready to start here. Prompter is ready to go. Still silence. Still silence. They said Trump is running. Are you serious? Trump is running late for a debate? That cannot be.
Such an asshole.
What this? I mean, maybe he's having a medical issue. Maybe maybe it's substance. Who knows? Maybe if we see Upper Trump come out strongly,
Sniffing.
you know what I'm talking about.
Is he gonna be snorting and sniffing?
About.
I got my Oreos, got my chocolate milk, got my candies.
Giving the 1 minute.
I'm all
signal,
set up.
You can see. Oh, now Chris Wallace talking.
Make sure to share this on all social media, guys.
Western Reserve
Hey, Eddie.
University and the Cleveland Clinic.
We're off and running.
I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden.
No, I said if
Actually,
Biden
Joe,
fact checks him, Biden will win.
That's my last
If Trump just lies the whole time, he'll win. Because people are easily lied to, man. Look how many people are Christian. Look how many people are Jewish. You know, look how many people believe in a God. You know, people are easily lied to, and Trump knows it.
Will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate.
Perfect.
The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. These two men on stage together for the first time in this campaign.
He gave him one of these, a fake hug.
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court?
Here we go.
President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way. Good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time. Even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, so she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they're trying to do it faster.
That's true.
They would give it up.
Say something, Pacman.
They had Merrick Garland.
Say something, Pacman. It's true.
They didn't have the election.
Oh, that's true. Pacman doesn't want to tell you. It's a good thing I'm making sure that you guys hear the whole truth. Because Pacman only gives you one side. He's such a douchebag.
President Trump, thank you. Same question.
Not a word out of David Pacman when Donald Trump said something that made sense.
Thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President. The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started.
They already voted for Donald Trump, you dumbass. It makes no sense.
And so the thing is,
people voted for Donald Trump because then people want him to appoint right-wing judges.
That's the only way the American people get to express their
Republicans love that, man.
Who they elect as president, who they elect as
He's a
vice
fucking
president.
psycho. What, no one's president right now?
What's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that.
Perfect.
He ran on that, and he's
exactly right.
He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Hey, Zev.
Which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now.
This is the issue. This is the issue.
Court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice, and she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held
Bit of a stumble here.
money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy.
Strong
They were able to charge a woman more for
Delivery.
the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
First
There
half was
aren't
good.
100 million people with pre-existing
Second half, not so
conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully,
Oh, he just
very
lost his
strongly.
train of thought.
At some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time.
Trump
The
just stopped
president's
short.
elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years.
What about Obama?
So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
During
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not
So
elected
did
for 4
Obama.
years. I'm elected for 4 years.
The
And the
election's
100
already
million
started.
people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care, that they're very
That's
happy.
completely
not
untrue.
Well, you said you're going to socialist, you're going to socialist.
We're now
There it
into,
is.
gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open
First
discussion.
answer,
Discussion. Yes, I
socialism.
agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any, and one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
Not what you said,
But
and it's not what
that
your party
is-
has said.
That is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
That is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
Wrong.
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now,
There's
I
no
am
And
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now.
Whoa.
Platform of the Democratic
The
party is
what
me?
I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of.
Wow.
Here's the deal.
Oh, that's
The
not
deal
going
is
to work
that
good,
It's going to
man.
wipe out pre-existing.
Where's
By the way,
Pac-Man at? Say
the
something,
20
Pac-Man, you
the 200
douchebag.
million- the
He sounded like a
200,000 people that have
jackass.
died on his watch.
I
They-
am the
how many of
Democratic
those
Party.
have survived? Well, there's
Wow.
7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Correct.
Joe, you've had
He's
308,000
interrupting.
military people dying
Someone's gotta
because you
control
couldn't
this.
provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected.
First
you didn't want me
reference
to
to
ban
China.
All right, gentlemen,
Which
no,
was heavily
Mr. President.
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr.
Much
President,
later.
Mr.
You're talking
President,
about 2 million people.
You're not
President, as a
Shut him.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well
Supposedly.
in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't
ready
know
to
it's
be
on the
done.
ballot.
I-
Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is
you
it on the
said
ballot? It's not on the ballot.
it's on the ballot in the
I don't
court.
think so.
In the court.
I don't
Well,
think
there's
so.
nothing happening there.
Donald, would
And
you
you
get
don't
my
know
argument?
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't know
don't
her
know.
view.
Yeah,
Well, all
she
right,
stated
let's-
it.
All right, let's talk.
She stated it.
We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time, so.
This is out of
on
control
healthcare,
already.
and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr.
Why?
President, the
Roe v.
Supreme Court
Wade.
will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general,
Quarter of the
are
hour, you guys
seeking
ready to
to
smoke?
overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to
Correct.
end Obamacare. You have spent the last
Because they
If-
want to
if
give
I-
good
if I-
health care.
If I may ask,
He can't even ask a
sir.
question.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
They were terrible plans.
Well, I'll
I
give
got
you
rid
an
of the individual
I'm going to
mandate.
give you an
Excuse me.
opportunity.
I
He's
got
not
rid of the
even finishing
individual
the
mandate,
question.
which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask,
Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
the
yeah.
worst part of
Let
Obama.
me ask my
Well,
question.
I'll ask Joe.
I
The
know.
individual mandate was the most
What a
unpopular
child.
aspect of
What a
Obamacare.
fucking child this man is.
Protect people.
Shut up!
This is not a debate.
Shut up, Trump!
I'd like you to let me ask my
Yeah,
question.
shut
and
up,
then
you
can answer.
fucking child!
You, in the course
God.
of these 4 years, have never
Act
come
like
up
an
with a
adult for
comprehensive
once in your
plan
life.
to replace
Showing everybody what a fucking
Obamacare.
child you are.
And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely
I wish De
symbolic
Niro was there.
executive order
Fucking
to protect
shut
people
up, you.
with
Sit down,
pre-existing
you.
conditions
With Trump
5
on a
days
leash.
before this debate.
Shut
So
up.
my question, sir,
Shut up with a
what
choker
is
chain
the
on his
Trump
neck.
Healthcare plan.
Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let
By
me
your
just
choice.
There you go.
There's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it.
Fucking liar.
Nobody's done it.
Oh, he's
So we're
snorting.
cutting healthcare. All of the things
He's
that
starting
we've
to
done,
snort.
Insulin. I give you an example.
90%.
Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost.
Insulin.
I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth?
Water.
So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs that what we're doing. Prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs.
Cybersal, no longer going to cannabis for all. Quarter of the hour. Cheers, everybody. Cybersal.
This is
You'll be
big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president,
trying
which
to
is he
pick the
points
question.
out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
will, if I throw ask you the question.
It's not.
And it will
Not what your
end.
party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only
Obviously
for
not.
those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid.
That's right.
Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would, Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be
Obviously.
in that option. Number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie
Number-
Sanders,
I-
who's
I-
far left, on the manifesto, we
You-
call it.
with
And that
manifesto-
gives you socialized medicine.
How is Trump
Here,
allowed?
Are you saying
I'm
you
not gonna
didn't
listen
agree?
to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
They gotta cut his
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot.
Not by
I'm here
much.
standing facing you. old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2
I
days
tell
early.
you,
You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as
Wow.
well. And tonight I'm going to
With
make
what?
sure because
what?
here's the deal.
Yes.
Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm
Yes.
not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
Yeah!
Yes! I want to make sure.
Finally!
Senior class in the first in
I-
class.
Let me tell you something.
I want to make sure.
Joe Biden just won the fucking debate. I told you that's all he's gonna have to do. Come out, call Trump a liar. Fucking called him a liar.
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders
And
said-
boom! Biden wins the debate.
There
Can't
is
believe a
number
liar.
two.
Biden wins.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
Just like that.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a
Wow.
How-
plan.
folks,
Absolutely.
folks, do you have any
agreed to.
idea what this town's
socialized
doing?
Wow.
socialized medicine.
Mr. President.
Tell you what,
All he had to do
is
was call
not
Trump a
for
fucking liar, and
any
he did.
Help for people.
He just
needing
won the debate.
healthcare. Because he in fact already has
Oh
cost
my
10
God.
million people their health care that they had from their employers
It's like,
because of his
shut
recession.
up, you're a
Number one.
liar.
Number two,
Let
there
the
are
adult
20
that's gonna
million
that's gonna
people
talk
getting
in the room,
healthcare
let the
through
adult
Obamacare now
speak.
that he wants to
He
take
made
away.
he made Trump look like a little
Look in the eye
child.
and say that's what he wants to do.
And Biden's
Take it
looking like
away.
an adult.
Give
Number
them better
three.
health care at a much lower price.
And
because
by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no good.
how. He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a
fixed
plan.
it to an
This is a
extent.
joke.
He has
Obama
Keep
never
talking
done
over him.
this.
This is a joke.
Keep talking over him.
Probably done. Obamacare-
Good job. Keep talking over him, Biden.
And it's too expensive.
Let
This
the
is
president.
idiotic.
Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate.
That just
we
defunds it.
guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual
true.
mandate. Listen, this is the way it is, and that destroyed. That
Cut him
they
off,
shouldn't even
Biden.
call it
Look,
Obamacare.
look.
Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well?
Biden needs to cut him off a little bit and make it hard for him to speak
But they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people.
and play his own and put his own fucking trick on Trump,
The problem
and
is
it'll
no matter
fucking
how
confuse
well
the fuck
we
out of
run
him.
Obamacare,
Watch.
it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high.
Keep talking.
It doesn't work.
Keep talking.
So we
That's
do
it.
want to get rid of it.
That's it. Talk a little bit.
Chris, we want to
Talk
get
over
rid
him.
of it.
understand this, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the Vice President talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Correct.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power.
Correct.
He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's
Correct.
been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He
That's right.
has none. Like almost everything
It's
else
true.
he talks about.
When Dave Packman is
He
fact
does
checking him,
not
it's
have a
true.
plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh!
Sure.
Oh! Bam!
If Senate Republicans,
He's treating him like a child, man. That is all he needs to do.
If Senate Republicans
Talk to
go
him like
ahead
you're the adult and he's a
confirm
child
Justice
and you win the
Barrett,
debate.
There has
It's
been talk
playing
about
Trump's
ending the
game back
filibuster
on him.
or even packing the court, adding
Happy
to the
420. I'll smoke that. No longer got any cannabis. Cannabis isn't for all. Cyber style. Cheers,
It
everybody.
wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The
Correct.
issue is the American people should
Correct.
speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how
Are you gonna
strongly
pack
you
the
feel.
court?
Vote now.
Are you gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure
Why is
you
Trump
in fact
talking?
let people know
He doesn't want
you're a
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why would
because
you answer that
because
question?
the question
You put a lot
is
of
the
new
question
Supreme Court
is
justices,
the
radical
question.
left.
Will you
Who
shut
is on,
up, man?
listen, who is on your list, Joe?
Yes!
Who's on your list?
Yeah!
I think.
Will you shut up, man? That's how you talk to him.
This is a joke.
This is the best debate I've ever seen in my entire life. I need some popcorn. Oh my God, I need some fucking popcorn.
People understand you.
They should.
I hope they
47
do.
years, you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So
Oh my God.
let's try to be serious about it. We have had more
So
than
far
7
unserious.
million cases of coronavirus in the United States and more than 200,000 people
Well, I did
that
great.
died. Even
We're doing
after
great.
we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Perfect.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID.
Correct.
In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said it is what it is.
Correct.
Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out
Sir,
back
is
in
this
March exactly
So-
what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools that cost a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened
Wait,
to
you
you,
have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count.
You know how
just
many
so you
died here.
understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine.
Why wouldn't
we're
Biden
doing
make
therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press, they give me bad press, because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
Far
there was no
less lethal
recession.
disease.
You made a point. Let him
And
answer.
there was no, he didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason
yeah,
it shut
Shelley,
down
thank
is
you.
because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people. And you would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own,
Months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up, he said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
Correct.
We trust Dr.
Johnson &
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer.
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen,
and then-
let me move on to
Trump
questions
acts like
about the
Biden
future, because you
Trump.
both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
Biden's not
It is a
involved
very
in it.
political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer, I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot.
Big
Become
poison.
very political because the left, or I don't know if I call
So
them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what I
that the
call them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He said
Dr.
it's a
Redfield.
possibility.
Guys, who are you going to trust, doctors or this
The
dude?
answer before November 1st. It could also be
I'm talking about when
after
it's
that.
generally available. not
Well,
when
we're
it
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This is the
delivering
same
soldiers.
man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle.
That's what he
And
said.
by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That was
same man.
said sarcastically.
That was
you know
said-
that. That was said
And
sarcastically.
so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out,
Bleach.
if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on
Let's
this
pick up on
question, though.
bleach.
You
Joe's
say the
doing good.
public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact,
Correct.
you said that again tonight.
Correct.
Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No
No.
more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out.
That's
He
right.
puts pressure and disagrees with his own
Genius.
scientists.
But you're saying you
Everybody
can't, or
knows.
Senator
And-
Harris is saying you
no,
can't trust the
No,
scientists.
well, no, you can't trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She
the
said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be
Yes.
suppressed.
She
Well-
said she won't trust it on Trump's say-so.
scientists. There's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
in fact,
scientists that are in
by
charge.
the way,
They will have
and-
the vaccine very soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in
No.
light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two. Because
Correct.
guess what? A lot of people die.
Guess what?
And a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart?
Yes.
So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't
Oh
ever
my
use
God.
the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
Oh my God.
If you would have had
Bring up SAT tests.
of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
Look forward to it.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that to
them
Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Oh, come on,
Well,
dude.
he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to
See,
Nancy
the-
Pelosi.
And
Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
What does
Nancy
that even mean?
Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them.
That's right.
The Republicans won't meet with the
Okay.
Senate.
But-
And he sits on his golf course and, well, I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably
All right,
play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
No.
What about this question of reopenings and the
Well,
fact?
he wants to shut down this country.
No, he didn't.
And I want to keep it open. And we
You
did
just-
a great
you just
thing by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states
just not
that have
true.
been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on
yeah.
November
I want to
3rd.
move on to another
Because it's a
subject. I want to move
political
on to another
thing. I gotta
subject.
respect
But those states are not doing well that are shut down
Richard,
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
What's the
President
shutdown
Trump,
of
you
the
have
country?
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I
the
think masks are
efficacy
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I
Prop.
a mask on it, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Mr.
wear masks
Rally.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear a mask like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen.
Imagine
I will
attacking
say-
Biden.
I will say
Vice
this.
President Biden, go ahead.
That's
sir.
a bad idea.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money, the
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also
It
said the
matters.
opposite. They've
And
also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well,
serious.
all right,
Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He did
opposite.
not
I wanna
say
ask
the
you-
He
got
opposite.
said
a little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good.
I
I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed.
You didn't wear it.
Vice
You didn't wear the
President
mask.
Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with.
Nobody
He's a
shows up.
child.
to his rally.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You goes first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
you've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports.
He doesn't have
With these
35,000.
airports
Are you not
hangers.
worried about
We
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue,
people.
sir?
Well, so far, we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside, that's a big difference according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
Yeah, sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question.
Yeah,
He
but
said,
he didn't wear it.
Stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing on one another.
We've had no
from
negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect, and we've had 35, 40,000
All right.
people.
He
on
hasn't
this
had
rally.
35.
Just
Yes.
quickly finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled
Herman Cain.
the social distancing.
Mention
people
Herman
wearing masks,
Cain.
basically encourage them not to.
All right.
Ben, he's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing, but you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
This is almost
in the
pointless,
second
guys.
quarter. The unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week, you saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance, they can wash their hands, they can wear masks, they can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina,
States are
when you
open.
look, and these governors are under siege. Pennsylvania,
Siege.
Michigan, and a couple of others. You got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce. Look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All
It's
right.
prison.
Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis
Supposedly, right?
have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America,
Scranton.
how old are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait now.
Hold on now. Hold on.
I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in a way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. We are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both have 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So
People want their schools. No, people want their school.
Chris Wallace should be able to cut one of their mics when the other is talking. You have to have that with Trump.
So sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives.
People
They'll be
want to be
careful,
safe.
but they want their schools open.
People want
I'm
to
the
be
one that
safe.
brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football.
Football.
It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
All right,
people of
let's-
Ohio are very proud of me. And you know
We're
how
going
I
to get
got
back,
that? When he took
gentlemen,
the
we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected
Here we
president,
go.
in 2017,
Here we go.
your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid
returns.
$38 million one year. I paid $27 million
Show us your tax
one year.
returns.
I went.
Show us your
You'll see it
taxes.
as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know what I want to do?
Finished.
Go to the Board of Elections.
As soon as it's
It's a
finished.
118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good, and we have a I built
Sir,
a
I'm
great
asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is...
let me tell you.
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand all of that.
return. But
No, Mr.
Go
President,
ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes
In
2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750?
Millions of dollars,
He's
and you'll
lying.
get to see it.
I-
And you'll get to see
When?
it. But let me
And
just
So
say,
now the New York Times has to publish the documents.
it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation, and for
Trump
tax
passed it.
credits. We built a building and we get tax credits like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration. if you
David
can believe
Pakman
that.
did, Billy.
Now,
I'm
the man
watching
got
David
fired
Pakman.
right after that happened.
It's the
but-
David
President
Pakman
Biden,
show.
you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the
Your
tax
favorite
code
guy.
made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's
mentioned
smart because he
school
can take
teacher.
advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And we're going to eliminate those tax
Okay.
cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who in fact need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over?
Stop making people like me so
Because
fucking
you weren't
Why did you do it over?
Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just say it, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years.
There
Joe.
it is.
We've done things that you never even thought of doing,
Okay.
including
Yeah.
fixing the broken military that you gave me.
The reason he didn't think of them is because they're terrible ideas.
Talking about the economy, I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward, because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be
Yes,
elected
sir.
president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making
decade.
more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Trump
Well,
doesn't know
just take a
anything.
look at what is the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make, this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
Well, by the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91
Kill my
companies,
business.
in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it
Billions
before
of
when
dollars.
you were vice president
Because
with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was
Right.
your
I got
tax
it-
proposal.
I got it done, and you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed
And,
like it's never
and
boomed.
the economy
Well,
is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower tax for American people.
But let me,
Excuse me.
but in,
He's talking about Trump.
in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery since economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market
Joe
goes up,
Biden's
that
a
means
fucking
jobs.
idiot.
It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that are poured in here will leave, and plenty
Half
of
of the
companies that are
companies-
already here, they'll
Hyperbole.
leave for
Hardly
other
any
places.
companies have
They will
poured in
leave,
here.
and you will have a
Hardly-
depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look,
What company?
Just-
we
Vice
inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
He blew it.
booming.
He
It
blew it.
wasn't booming.
It was-
Job growth slowed down under Trump. That's factually true.
Is it fair to say he blew it when, in
When
fact, there was
COVID came.
when there was record low unemployment
Yeah.
before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse
number
me,
one.
Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris,
Number three.
They said they would take, no, you're number two.
No.
Chris.
What?
They said it would
This
take a
guy's-
miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
We
Part
did
of
not
my
do that.
standard fare.
I'm the guy
He
that brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
All right, let him
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies
No,
came in from Germany, from Japan,
no.
went to Michigan,
No,
went to Ohio.
They're not having
And they
it.
didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little.
420
His trade
Newfoundland.
deals are the same way.
Cheers, everybody.
He talks about these great trade
No
deals.
law regarding cannabis.
He talks
Cannabis
about the
isn't
art of
just
the
for
deal.
all.
China's made
Cyber-
perfected the art of the
cyber-
steal.
cyber
We have
style.
a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch.
All
That
right,
ate
gentlemen,
10%.
and-
China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out.
Uh-oh.
He takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also,
Simply
while we're
not
at it,
true.
why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million.
That's
What
not
did he
true.
do to deserve it?
That
What
is-
did he do with Barista
None
to
of that
deserve
is true.
$183,000?
None
You
of
asked the
that is
question,
true.
let him answer it.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't
Totally,
get
But no,
$3.5 million?
Mr. President,
It's
Mr.
totally-
President, please.
totally
ask the question.
discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
Well, wait, he didn't get
No, no.
$3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5 million.
President,
it is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh.
President,
But, Mr.
it's an open discussion, please.
No,
It's a fact.
Well,
There's-
you
there's
have
not.
raised an issue, let the
It's been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Barista pay him
report.
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
This is a
Mr.
joke.
Look,
President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr.
The only
President,
guy that
let him
did
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth.
They have to take time. You have to have some mechanism to deal with that.
Who?
And you
The media.
by everybody. Well, by the
By the
media,
media,
by our
because they refuse
allies,
to talk
by the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
Under
ask you
oath.
this,
Anyway,
Joe.
under
No,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
Even
you.
people under,
You gotta cut him off.
$3.5
He
million
testified.
from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration. Said, "I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I did
really?
it
I'd like to know who
honorably."
they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't
Well,
do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go ahead, you get the, wait a minute, you get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get
So
anywhere
funny.
in with this clown. Excuse me, this.
Hey, let me just say, Joe.
No, Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President,
Joe.
That is simply.
Why
Yeah,
did he
that's
deserve
fine.
$3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
No, no, let him go.
my
You
family lost
gotta
a
let him
fortune
talk.
by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such
And
a.
they're right
that's
here.
it, Mr.
That's such a
Every
great-
single one of them lost.
This
a
is not
fortune.
about my
President,
family or his
helping us
family,
with
it's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't
American
put
people.
$3.5 million
He
nothing.
doesn't, that's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need, you, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
Then you should-
all right,
Not
that's the
about
end
here.
of, that's the end of the segment, we're moving on.
It didn't take them.
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No, I
He
did
stood
that.
up.
No,
He stood up.
the answer to
and
the
he
question is
threatened
no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
Josh,
$1 billion.
not enough, bro.
You know what, you're,
Absolutely not
stop.
true.
Take doing it.
You're gonna
Not
have-
take.
True.
This is the downfall of American democracy, guys.
Voice,
He's
but
gonna
it seems
take-
to be, why should I be different than the two of you?
I should
So
turn
here's
it
the
off.
deal.
Good point.
It's
We
not
have-
the downfall of American
Six
democracy.
segments. We
See,
ended that segment.
here's
We're going to go to the
here's
next.
Pac-Man being a jack fuck again. It's Joe Biden getting his ass beat, and Pac-Man can't say that to his audience.
You want. I've been asked
He
a
says,
question about
"I
race.
should
If
turn
you
it
want to
off.
answer about something,
I
let's go
should
ahead.
turn it off."
But I think that the country would
He
be better
suffers
served
from Trump
if we
derangement
allowed
syndrome so
both
bad
people to speak
that
with
when
fewer
Trump is
interruptions.
winning,
I'm
Pac-Man
appealing to
can't
you,
credit
sir.
it.
Well, and him too.
He's such an
Well,
asshole.
You've been doing more
Oh,
interrupting.
that's
than
all
me.
right, but he does plenty.
Well, less than.
I love it too,
Do
Lynn.
people want to get banned for like mercy bans just so you don't have to watch this? Just let the moderators know.
To say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years?
Crime
Vice
bill.
President Biden, you
Crime bill. Crime
It's
bill.
about equity,
Crime bill.
equality. It's
Crime
about
bill.
decency. It's about the Constitution.
Crime bill.
And we have never walked away from
Wrote the crime bill.
require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of
Wrote
America.
the crime bill.
But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true.
Crime
the reason
bill.
I got in the races with those people. Close your eyes.
Crime
Remember
bill.
what those people look like coming out of the fields. carrying
Pac-Man, you're not
torches,
gonna say
their
crime
veins
bill?
bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed, and they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
Finish this.
It is who's
Now,
who
second,
next, sir.
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans.
How many African Americans got locked up because of your fucking crime bill?
African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did, and what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with
we
racism?
did a crime bill, 1994.
Oh, God.
Where you call them super predators, African Americans,
26
super
years ago?
predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator. And
I don't think Joe said that, actually.
now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that.
I don't think
because
you
you
did.
look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders.
Shut
and
up,
generals.
Pac-Man.
Total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because
Minneapolis.
we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats.
Cities are run by Democrats because Democrats live in cities.
Finger Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about
Shut
law
up,
and order.
Pac-Man.
And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the
Rice.
Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge
Fried
any of
rice?
the police with
Fried
homicide,
rice.
you said it
Bring
raises
about
the
fried
question,
rice.
quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America.
We're gonna have
Do you
some shrimp
believe
fried rice.
That there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, The vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples, and when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened.
Top of the hour, cyber style. No longer going to cannabis. Cannabis is enthralled. Cheers.
But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place?
That is not peaceful protest.
But you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else, and he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we would pay people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas, and frankly, very sick ideas, and really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen.
What?
We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And
This is how authoritarians talk.
What he's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than you do.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know. They don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like...
It'd be great to force Trump to answer, is there systemic racism?
On people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland.
Look at Obama. Look at
frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now. But the reason is that the Democrats that run these cities
look at the birther issue.
Like you about law and order.
Violent
you still
crime,
haven't mentioned. Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow
Are you in favor of law and order? Go ahead.
You asked a question, let him finish.
Law and order.
Let him.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 17%, 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more than ours.
All right, we're down. Mr. President, you're going to...
Wait, so is Trump arguing crime is up or crime is down?
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my point. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country,
take a video, put it on Twitter, Enoch.
We would have our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone.
That's ridiculous.
And you would see problems like
He wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
I was
better.
raised.
Go ahead, wait a minute.
I was raised
Suburbs
in the
better,
suburbs.
guys.
This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs.
Right.
His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded.
Yes.
They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
What?
look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist.
Correct.
To keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what
in
they're
this.
talking about, Chris. That's not what
That's
he's talking about
exactly-
defunding the
That
police.
is not true.
He doesn't
He
have
just
any
said no.
law
Well, you-
support.
look,
He has no law enforcement
That's not
support.
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
look,
Oh, right. Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that
This
came
is
out and
idiocy.
supported you.
This is
Okay.
idiocy.
Democrats?
We have time.
we don't have time to do
No, no,
anything.
think about
Listen,
it.
look,
Name
folks,
one law
folks,
enforcement group that came
I
out
think,
and
I think,
supported
gentlemen, I
you.
think I'm going to take back the
There are-
moderator's
I don't
role,
think there are any.
and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic
Who's winning?
governor of Oregon and said,
I think
hey, you got to stop
I
this.
think Trump
bring in
is
the
kinda
National
beating the
Guard,
shit out of
do whatever
Biden.
it takes, but you'd stop the days
Biden had
and
some
months
moments
of
earlier on,
violence.
but
Why
Trump
is the
has just been
assumption that he's
I
fucking
don't hold public office.
talking over him.
I
And
am a former
Bullying
vice president.
him.
I've made it clear. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it
But
should
you've
be
never called for
prosecuted.
the people, the leader, excuse me, sir. You have never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They
Why?
can,
Who
in
does he
fact,
tell them
take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Here-
Oh, really?
Here's the
But
thing.
I sent in the
Wait, I
U.S.
asked him a
Marshals to
question.
get the killer
No,
of the
they-
young man in the middle of the street. They shot him, and
Right.
for 3
Yes,
days,
President Trump-
Portland
President
wouldn't do
Trump-
anything. I had to
President
send in the U.S. Marshals,
President
they took
Trump-
care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, you know, his own former spokesperson said, you know, riots
Trump's
and
beating
chaos
Biden.
and violence help his cause. That's what this is all
I
about.
don't know who said that.
I do.
he's making more points.
I think
You know,
Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said
She said that. And so here's the point. The
ahead.
point is that that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, every single solitary
Okay,
time.
and to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir.
Button, huh?
You have repeatedly
Well, I
criticized.
have to answer his
No,
statement.
you have
His statement.
repeatedly.
Wait,
You have
just one
repeatedly. No,
second.
you've been talking.
You
back
made
and
a
forth.
statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
sir.
I would love to end it.
You know, if you want to switch seats,
You gotta cut it
Very
short.
quickly.
we can do that. But I'm
sending the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay.
But they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa.
Happy
and other
710, everybody.
Nazis
Cheers.
in
No
schools.
longer got cannabis.
But
Cannabis
are
is
you
good for
willing
all.
tonight
Cyber
to
style.
condemn white supremacists and militia groups.
It is
and
710.
to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland.
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared to
do that,
specifically
but
do it?
Well,
I
go
would
ahead,
say I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see
Then
peace.
do it, sir.
Say it, do it, say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists
What
and
would
white
you like me to condemn?
supremacists and white
Proud Boys,
supremacists.
stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what.
Stand
I'll tell
by.
you what. Somebody's got to do something about
Stand by.
Antifa and the left, because
That's
this
correct.
is not a right-wing problem.
His
This
own
is
Stand
a
by
left-
and do nothing.
director
This
said,
is a left-wing
David
problem.
David Pakman's an idiot.
Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not
Kid.
militia. That's what his
It's an idea.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well,
we're
you know what?
we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're
Everybody
moving.
with
Pat
advice
hits
in
you
your
over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no idea.
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen, we're
group.
now moving on to the Trump
You
and
gotta be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When a president,
What a
I'm going to ask the
clown show.
question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum
Right
on
on,
his
Billy.
record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, "Don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative." And
Right.
in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. He was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300.
Dystopia.
And hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices.
Horrible.
That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you, because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term.
I'm sorry.
300 judges. It's a record.
What?
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump?
This
You have 2
president-
minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy.
Boom, boom,
and
booming.
He caused the recession. With
Boom, boom,
regard to
booming.
being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head to head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still
Putin's
refuses
puppy.
to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
That's true.
No.
$1 billion.
And by the way,
Mr.
my son.
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add back
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yes, you
Trump
may
took it
have.
literally.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have got much more
Trump started to explain why he won't shut up.
by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers.
Yes.
My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking
like
about
hell.
Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm
Hunter?
talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're
I
talking
don't know.
about.
I don't know, Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah, you
Hunter
know
got
Bo.
thrown. Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. It
For
wasn't dishonorably.
cocaine use. And he didn't have a
Oh,
job until
shit.
you became vice president. And once you
None of
became
that
vice
is
president,
true.
This
he
is
made
ugly.
a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
That is simply
and various
not
other places.
true.
He
My
made a
son,
fortune.
my son,
And he didn't have a job.
my son, like a lot of people you know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked
Disgusting.
on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he
I'm proud of
given
my
tens
son.
of millions
All
of
right, he
dollars?
wasn't given
All right,
tens of
he
millions
was
of
given
dollars. That
tens
is
of
totally,
millions of
that's
dollars.
totally discredited.
We've already been.
Totally
This guy is
discredited.
disgusting.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial
So do I.
subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make
Cheers.
a judgment
So
call
he
here.
got $3.5 million
Okay, right.
from the
Let's talk
mayor
about-
of Moscow.
let's talk about
I
Not
think it's
true.
a
Gentlemen,
That report is totally
Why did he put it?
discredited.
I
Mitt
think,
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers'
Yeah.
money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
you know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Climate
Okay.
change.
The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you
Cheers.
said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else.
Untrue.
The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old
That's
and
not
they're
the
like
issue.
tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have
believe?
guts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the billion
David
tree
Packman.
project, and it's very
Do you
exciting.
believe
for a lot of
that,
people.
that human
It's this guy.
pollution,
Here.
greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of
I
this
think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests.
Management.
Every year,
Raking.
I get the call, California's burning.
Tinder.
California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country.
Major.
It's a forest city.
Not a minor
He said,
one.
sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier
Explosive.
than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
that's burning down because of a lack of
But
management.
sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why
it was
have you
bad.
relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're
What?
talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are
2 or 3 more cars purchased. That's a lot of cars driving around.
it would be much cheaper by
But in the case of
$3,500.
California, they simply
No, but you
ignored
would take a
your
lot of cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now,
What?
So, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me. Many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit
Okay.
of gasoline.
Computers.
And,
That's not-
and I'm okay with electric cars too. I think I'm all for
He's
electric
okay
cars.
with
I've
it.
given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just
All right.
crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to
Oh my
the
God.
president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that in fact is going to provide for the ability of us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they in fact are weatherized in a way that in fact they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating jobs.
Good stuff.
Creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion, stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's
He's
the deal.
talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking
Why
about.
they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
It's the
that is
dumbest,
not-
most
that
ridiculous,
is not-
where airplanes are out of business,
That's it.
where two-car systems are out, where they
Not
want to
true.
take out the cows too.
Not
You know, that's
true.
not true either, right?
And cows.
This is a 100
Simply,
trillion.
look,
That's more money than our
it is-
country could make in
It is
100
simply
years if we
not the case.
All right, let me
destroy
because
our
because I
country.
actually, wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good paying
Millions.
But
jobs.
let him finish, sir.
Millions of jobs.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100
They,
billion.
the fact is, it's going to create millions of good paying jobs, and these tax incentives to people for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes.
Thanks,
By the
Enoch.
way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's what he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal:
make up all
we are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of
Hard
dollars
jobs,
now,
that's weird.
billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. We, in fact, but the rest of the world, we got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen,
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does.
What?
They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not
$20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
The Green
well.
New
You want to
Deal
rebuild every
is not
building.
my plan.
I want to
All
rebuild
right,
every.
If he knew
You have to-
anything
wait a
about,
minute, wait.
if he knew
Gentlemen,
He
anything
made a
about,
statement about the military. He said I said something about the military.
He said
He
it.
and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
And he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
Please,
bastards.
totally
He
out
said
of
it.
context.
I would never
I
say
would
that.
play
Stop.
It was
Play
a
it.
joke. Play
Go
the
ahead.
video.
Mr. Vice
tape.
President answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rants.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
Having a
The
little trouble
economy.
myself.
The
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental change will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. You're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
Do you
You're going to
support the
build.
Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
You support?
No, I don't support the Green
Oh,
New Deal.
you don't? Oh, well, that's a
Do
big
that.
statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
plan.
lost the radical left.
I support. I
Yeah.
support
The radical left will go vote for Trump now.
that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks? Because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots
I don't
after
think
Election
either of
Day.
them won.
What are you prepared to do to reassure
Look.
the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election?
I don't think anybody's been convinced. If you're a Trump supporter, you're going to still vote for Trump. If you're a Biden supporter, you're going to support Biden.
IWovote.com. Decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security director, and as well as the FBI director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not, when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, it'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go.
Yes.
He can't stay in power.
Yes.
It won't happen.
Yes.
It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure
Now,
you understand.
that was a
you have it
fucking,
in your
that's a
control to
knockdown,
determine
not a
what
knockout,
this
but it's a
country's gonna look
knockdown
like the
for
next
sure.
4 years.
It's a
Is it gonna
good
change?
shot.
We get 4 more years of
Let's
these
see what
lies.
Trump responds with.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition because they came after me trying to do a coup.
She
They came
conceded
after me
that
spying
night.
on my campaign. They started from the day I won and even before I won. From the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady, they were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all.
Uh-oh, is he
We've got
doing
it
it?
all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are
Free
concerned, it's a
transition.
disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country.
Sir.
There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well because people are really happy with the job we've done.
Oh,
but you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months.
Years.
Because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say
Bottom of the
you have
hour,
to have
time
your
to
ballot
smoke.
in by November 10th.
Bong hits his
November
promise.
10th.
Cheers, guys.
That means
Sorry I'm late.
7 days
Cheers, cyber
after
style.
the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states
Yeah,
of that.
just
It's
wrong.
all run by Democrats.
Not a minor state.
All run by
You're-
Democrats. It's
President
a,
Trump,
it's a rigged
you're
election.
going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I don't think, well, I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so. Because what's happening is incredible. I read today where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what
They
are you
throw
going to
them
do
out
about it?
left
If there
and
are
right.
millions of ballots going out
What
right
you
now,
do
what are
is you
gonna
go
do?
and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
No,
and
no,
that's
I
okay,
know
or
your
you go and
complaint. I'm
vote.
asking you about the fact that millions of people
You go and
have
vote. You go and
No,
vote,
but
like
I'm saying is, what are you
they
gonna do
used
about
to
the
in
fact
the
that
old.
millions of people.
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending. They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia. Mailmen selling the ballots. They're being
West
sold.
Virginia?
They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country.
There is no.
This is not.
There is no.
This is
evidence
not
of
going to
that.
end well.
There is
Okay.
no
This
evidence
is
of
not
that.
going
Vice
to
President
end well.
Biden.
5 states
In fact,
have had
go ahead,
mail-in
sir.
ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states.
I agree,
And you
Lynn.
don't have to
I
solicit
agree.
the ballot. It's sent to you.
It's
It's sent
fine.
to your home. What we're saying is, they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by the time, by election day. If it doesn't get in until the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because
You're
of the
wrong.
outcome.
You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love that.
Vice President Biden.
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes
In
a
fact,
statement
no,
like that.
excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed
Could be fraud.
the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I am concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you, that is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, when you have 80 million
Gentlemen, I have a
ballots
final
sent in
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already
All
it's
right,
been
so now-
fraud.
Mail
It's
servers
not
delivered
fair.
Gentlemen, in the
185
final
million
question
pieces of mail a
is-
day.
In 8
ballots.
states, we can keep talking.
It's-
In 8 states,
disgrace.
election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and
Yes.
flatten them until election day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
Could be months.
until we find out who the new president is. So
5 days.
first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage
yeah.
in any civil
calm.
unrest?
Surprise,
And will you
that's-
pledge
that's a very
tonight
childish
that you will
question.
not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you
I'm
go
urging
first.
my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went
That's
in to
not
watch. They
cool,
were called
dude.
poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things
Not
happen in
cool.
Philadelphia. Bad things.
Not
Well, you have to sign
And
up
I
to
am
be a poll
urging,
watcher.
I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair
You're urging
election,
them
Let's just
I
do
am
mail-in.
100% on board.
Let's just
But if
do
I see
mail-in. You don't need to be
tens of thousands of
watching.
ballots being
Poll watcher.
manipulated,
You don't need to be watching
I can't
anything.
go
Let's just
along
do
with that.
mail-in, you
And I'll
fucking
tell you
piece
what,
of
from
shit.
a common
Well,
sense,
fuck
I'll
you.
tell you what
Your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you
street.
have a fraudulent election. You're
And
sending
what
out
are you
80
gonna do?
million
And what will
ballots.
you do
They're
about that?
they're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two,
Okay.
they cheat. They
So
cheat.
what will you do?
Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name
All right.
military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
You think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm?
Of course.
While the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, here's the deal.
Simple.
We count the
Yes.
ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until election day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots. that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn
I-
Maloney's
I-
race
I
coming
asked
out.
you had an opportunity
Look
to
at Carolyn
respond.
Maloney.
Go ahead.
They haven't even. No one's even alleged fraud in that race.
No idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal.
True,
the
true.
fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted,
It's
all
over.
the votes are counted,
It's over.
that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome, and I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to
in
see an
fact,
honest ballot count.
Gentlemen,
We-
you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot
Goodbye.
count.
We're
And I
going to
think
leave
he
it
does
there.
too.
To be continued. More debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both
What
for
a joke.
participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve
What a
University
joke.
and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah
VP.
in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice
Kamala.
President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night.
So listen, guys, I'm going to give you my assessment. Is Trump saying anything to Joe there? It's hard to tell what's going on. Let's keep an eye out here. Trump is pointing.
At the 2020 election cycle.
Let's take a look at what happens. Don't leave because I have an offer for you and a request. So there's Melania. Oh my God, this is pathetic. Okay, so listen, guys. Here's my request and here's my offer. My request is, if you want to be notified of future debate streams, then just subscribe if you're watching on YouTube or follow if you're watching.
Shut up. You're so unlikable, David. Nobody fucking likes you, dude. You're an asshole. People in your audience were begging you to shut the fuck up just so they could pay attention to what was being said. And when my audience asked me to shut the fuck up, I did. You know? It's like you're not likable, man. It's you are a douchebag. You're douchey. Sometimes I like your commentary. I like your quick fact checking, which is nice. A lot of you guys thought he was being sarcastic and shit when he was making little comments. He was actually fact checking in real time. So if you'd known that, you would know it wasn't as aggravating as what you thought it was. He was like, when Trump said a lie, he would say no. He'd be like, not true. You know, no. And sometimes he'd go, huh? Instead of saying not true. And, you know, you guys were just thinking, some of you thought that he was just being aggravating. And yes, sometimes he was being aggravating. He's a douchebag. But some of the times he wasn't. Sometimes he's actually fact-checking, just so y'all know. So, who won that debate? In my opinion, Donald Trump won that debate. He walked all over Joe Biden, man, just like we knew he would. But I'll give Joe Biden more credit than what the Republicans said. They said Joe Biden was going to crumble. He was going to fall apart. He wasn't going to be able to respond. He was going to be listening to an earpiece, blah, 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 blah. No, Joe Biden did pretty fucking good. He held his own. He was the adult in the room, and he proved that, if anything. But that's not winning a debate. You know, proving you're the adult in the room isn't winning a debate. And, you know, Donald Trump really landed a lot of shots on Joe Biden, a lot. Joe Biden landed a lot back. You know, the one that I really liked, I called the knockdown. That was the one where he said that Trump was, I can't fucking remember. What was it that Biden said? Yeah, David Pakman, unless he's making a really good point, I mean, it was unnecessary. No, it was after he called him a liar. It was something else, actually. Biden called him a clown. No, it was something else. It was something else. And Trump had no response for it. Hey, Dave. Trump was hitting below the belt. Well, it's a debate. It gets ugly. They sling mud. You know, this is why we're watching. You know, because it's basically You gonna do that again, pal? Nobody does that again, pal. Yeah, I got that for you, pal. How about this? Uh-oh. Nobody does it like that anymore, pal. Trump controlled the debate. Trump walked all over Biden. Biden wasn't able to make clear points because Trump was interrupting him. And Biden, you know, he called him new evacuation for Napa. Let me see what's going on over there. Evacuation order. Damn. So they're evacuating more people. It's an order. You have to get out, so it's bad. I wonder how the winds are. Let me see. Okay. So today they were blowing this direction from the fire, not this direction. No, not really. So that's cool, but Graham Elwood and Ron Placone. Graham Elwood and Ron Placone are going live right now. What? Psst. Rational National. Dude, where is Ron Placone and Graham Elwood at? Graham Elwood! Graham Elwood! Graham Elwood! Graham Elwood's going live. Load this page. Where's the live? Where's the live? He needs to put that on his fucking main page, I guess. Where's the live show? I don't see it. It said he's live. I don't see the live. Where's the live show? Where? It says uploads. Live now. Live now. Boflow. Live now. Boflow. Live now. Gotta go. Live now. No, I'm not going. I'm right here. What? Super chat. What? Hello, somebody. Let's see if I can do a super chat. Hello, somebody. I can't. Okay, let's change to another account and try to do a super chat. We'll try to do a super chat. Ugh. Hello, somebody. Let's see if I just want to say hello, somebody. It's trying. It's trying. It's trying. It's trying. It's trying. It's going. It's going. Oh my goodness! Like I'm so much. I'm so.
Oh, hello everybody.
I'm
Can
so
you hear me?
happy. Hello,
Are you guys
somebody.
excited about our wonderful
Hello,
democracy?
somebody.
Did you just see democracy in action today,
Yeah,
guys?
whatever. Psh, unreal.
Was it great?
Psh,
Watching a healthy, constructive debate about different ideas and different ways to rule the country. Wasn't it great seeing democracy in action?
psh, unreal. Hello, somebody.
What?
Hello, somebody. I'm gonna pretend I'm
This
Graham.
was the strap-on dildo of debates. I mean, really, and no
Strap-on.
offense to people that like using strap-on dildos. I'm sorry if I shame the strap-on dildo community, but come on. Like, this was a robot bag of dicks. Like, this was the worst thing. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Oh. I'm offended. Sorry, Maddie.
Hello, somebody.
Sharif Stock Shaving Knuckles for Did everyone watch WrestleMania too? Yeah, it was like that. It was like a WrestleMania.
I said hello, somebody. He's coming
I mean,
up. He's gonna shout us.
It's unreal.
You guys ready to get shouted
It's
by Graham?
Unbelievable.
You guys ready to get shouted? Hey, look at the
cannot
time. It's 4:20 in Newfoundland.
fathom
It's time to smoke.
what that was.
Pack a bowl.
Let me just. Ron's going to be joining us.
Pull
in a
up.
sec. I just
Pull up
sent
that
the link
chat.
to him.
Pull up that chat. Pull up that chat.
Oh, so let's answer some of these super chats real quick.
Yeah. Hello.
Nays Garden, what's up, brother? How you doing? Check out Nays Garden show. He goes live every day. He's interviewed all of your favorites, including myself. Hello, somebody.
Hello,
Nays, thank
somebody.
you so much for supporting the show. So support his show, everybody. Oh my God, 253 people are already watching live. Hey, Mayor, shave your knuckles for justice. $5 says Biden strokes out first with all the performance-enhancing drugs. They need to be mildly entertaining.
No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is just girl. Start. Cheers, everybody. Ah! 4:20 Newfoundland.
Could very well be. Could very well be. Somebody put over under on peaceful transition to power. I will bet if under means we're not having a peaceful transition to power, I'm betting that. Oh, I hate to say it, Biden didn't do bad. Trump was so full of desperation, he knows it's over. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's unbelievable. Hello, everybody. Everybody, good to see all of you here. 300 people watching. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, totally WrestleMania. Good Lord. Christopher Walker, Shaver Douglas for Justice. We're living in the movie Idiocracy. Keep laughing. I know there's nothing. I went surfing today and just hung out and chilled because I knew it was going to drive. I was getting me so mad. I tweeted in all caps twice, "Shut the fuck up." Debate 2020. When they just would both yell at each other, it was just. I mean, Trump is like such a little crybaby, and then Biden won't shut. Oh God, they're so stupid. Like, this is our two dumb parties. This is what we get. Man, I'm so glad we're not like other countries that have 3 and 4 and 5 people on the debate stage. I'm so glad we don't have even just a third party, or as Ralph Nader jokes, a second one. They were two guys fighting over, like, Mitt Romney Republicans. That's what they were fighting over. Gina Gal 9, love you, Graham. Love you too, Gina. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Unbelievable.
Hello, somebody. Hello, somebody.
I thought Biden's last speech was the best case he made the entire election. Yeah, I'm going to get it with Ron. Ron and I are going to talk about certain moments of it. I mean, when Biden was like, hey, man, unite the country, I was like, yeah, that was a good message. Trump's dividing the country. I'm going to unite the country. You know, remember how great it was under Obama is what he's saying and all that stuff. So, yeah, it's a fine message, but man,
Nice guarded.
Shave your knuckles.
Free Julian Assange now from your audience, Graham. They love you. Thank you so much. Free Julian Assange. Absolutely correct. We have people also watching on Rockfin as well. Ron Placone, we're going to bring him into. I'm sure he's just as excited as I am to talk about thriving democracy that we just witnessed. It's just, I'm sure he's excited. I don't know why he wouldn't be. Why wouldn't Ron Placone be excited? I don't get it.
Ronnie baby, Ronnie
Bring
baby,
up this other page.
Ronnie baby,
Hit the like button. Oh wait,
Ronnie
I gotta
baby.
do-
Ronnie baby.
I gotta plug my computer in so the battery doesn't die.
I built a road today. I built a road today. I built a
Good
road
Lord.
today. I built a road
You just
today.
have
Hey
to
Nate,
kind of-
what'd you do today? I built a road today. I
Just-
built a road today. I built a road today. I built a road today.
Ah,
I built a road today.
sorry.
I built a road.
YouTube, shockingly enough, is
Built a
being dumb.
motherfucking road. My motherfucking high
All right,
out.
that's
I
not
built a
what we
road.
want, robots. Come on, robots.
Built a road today.
A robot bag of dicks.
I wrote
Oh, I can't even. I just can't. I
built a
just
road.
can't. Like,
I want to light it up.
here we go. 435 people watching, 190 likes. Let's get the likes up to 400, everybody. Everybody hit the like button. Please. Oh,
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I hate when I do that. Fucking YouTube sucks my dick. Wait, what happened? Oh, is volume off? I think he turned his volume off. I think he cut his volume off. Oh, wait, did my stereo shut off? Yeah, my stereo cut my stereo. My stereo. My stereo. My stereo. My stereo.
there's too many lies going back and forth. Too many. It was just a fast-paced lie-a-thon.
My stereo.
It's going to come down to the justices. Oh, God.
Maybe it's too much bass.
255 likes, folks. Let's get the likes up to 400. Come on. There's 446 people watching. 449. Like it up, like it up, like it up, like it up. Oh. What's up, Backyard Politics? Watching on the Rock Fan. Trump told the Proud Boys to stand by. Yeah, we're going to talk about that after both he and Biden agreed to law and order and profess their support to cops. No, this was a fantastic Republican debate. We got to see the two sides of the Republican Party quite well. It was really a really good Republican debate.
No Republican debate.
They both lost that debate. No, they did not. We lost. All right, let's bring on Ron Placone, ladies and gentlemen.
Ronnie!
473
Ronnie!
people watching.
Ronnie!
297 likes. Let's get the likes up to 400. Ladies and gentlemen, bring him into the political vigilante world headquarters. Post-debate, bum, 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 bum. Like, this is my graphic. It'd be like me leaning in, bum, bum, bum. Debate. Trainwreck 2020. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. America loses 2020. Bum, 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 bum. Failed state 2020. Bum, 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 bum. The lesser of two rapists. Dun, bum, 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 with Graham Elwood and panelist Ron Placone.
Ronnie!
Well, Graham,
Ronnie!
we're looking at some of the polls here. And oh, can you not hear me?
It's on my end.
Oh, does a robot dig knock your microphone?
There it is.
Oh, you
Yeah.
here? Can you hear me?
We hear you fine.
Can everybody in the chat hear Ron Placone?
Can you guys hear me, chatters?
We hear
Can
you
you
fine.
chat it up?
What happened?
Huh? I did what?
I love that these guys are.
Am I not audible?
Graham, tell him you can hear him.
All right, can everybody hear Ron? Because maybe it's on my end.
Hi, everybody. Can
All right,
people hear
I'm-
me? Is it on you?
I can hear you, but it's really faint on my end.
Really? Here, let me see. Check, 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 check. I think it
Yeah,
might be a
one
you
second.
problem.
Oh,
I think it might be a you thing.
Says no toll. I built a road today. I built a road today. I built a road today.
It's like the MSNBC pregame where they had those random lulls and like people didn't know if they were on or not.
All right, Ron, talk again.
Hi, Graham. What a fun night. You can't hear me? Oh, okay.
Talk again.
Hi. Check.
Can't hear anything. What the fuck?
Good
Can't hear anything.
thing. Good thing you guys never have any technical issues. I'm gonna super chat on that.
The settings on my end are good. Here, let me pull up your chat.
It's a you problem.
It's a me problem. It's a you problem. Here, let me pull up the chat on Graham's thing. I didn't hear what he said, so let me just see if you guys can hear me, and then I'll start saying stuff that's hopefully somewhat insightful. Let's see here. Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear me. All right, you guys hear me just fine. All right, I don't know what Graham's doing. I don't know if it's like some robot dick knocked his headphones out. I don't know, but what's up, everybody? I'm here.
I got
Oh, you're back. Are you back?
I'm good. So yes, the robot bag of dicks knocked out my headphones.
They wave their dick around, and sometimes it just goes into people's eardrums. They have no consideration.
RV, shaving knuckles for justice. I actually liked it when Biden said, "Will you shut up?" Trump wouldn't shut the fuck up. It was disappointing that it was 2 to 3 people speaking constantly. Yeah,
it was so amazing.
Oh my God, we're gonna get into it in a second. Let me just answer a couple of these quick super chats, and then Ron and I are gonna.
I have so much to say.
Oh, KCH Mueller, good to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in forever. Willkommen ausgezeichnet. What is your take on that Catholic Taliban Trump just nominated? To be honest, I'm glad we have Angela Merkel here in Germany. Well, let's talk about that real quick. Ron, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Political Vigilante. My name is Graham Alwood. We are joined by the host of Get Your News On with Ron, Ron Placone, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Graham.
So let's just quickly talk. Let's answer this question real quick. What do you think of Trump's? It's a woman, of course. Yay! So this is he's so good at throwing identity politics back in the faces of neoliberals. I don't like Trump at all, but he just like. It's got to be a woman. It's got to. All right, here's a woman who's just a right-wing Catholic, psycho.
Well, Biden said he liked her, though, so I'm sure she's fine.
Great. Biden liked her. I mean, the Democrats are going to do what they do best, which is just do nothing.
Do nothing. Nancy Pelosi already outlined all the nothing she was going to do. She already outlined. She's just like, when you're the Speaker of the House, there's a lot of stuff you could do. They're like, well, what are you going to do to try to stop this judge from going through? Well, we need the Senate for that. I'm pretty sure we're not going to do anything. Whoopsies. Great. Okay. No, I what's my take on it? I think it's absolutely terrible. I mean, it's a terrible pick. It's, but what were you expecting from Donald Trump? Were you expecting a decent? No one was expecting a decent pick.
I mean, like everyone's like, "What's going on? What do you mean? This is what happens, man. It's this is." I mean,
it is so backwards.
It's like, and I'm sorry, Yes, look, Ginsburg did a lot of stuff for women's rights, and that was great. But also was asked to step down while Obama was in office, so they could replace her with another liberal judge, and she wouldn't. And Obama could have replaced somebody at the end of his term, and he wouldn't. And Trump wouldn't. Trump is going to jam someone in even if he loses. And they just don't do this.
They do nothing. And it's just so, when you take a step back, it's so freaking ridiculous that a court is just a political football in this country. And it's been that way for years and years and years, and it's not going away anytime soon. But it's just so insanely bizarre. I mean, I think like Dave Anthony tweeted something about it, where it's just like, you know how bizarre it is that judges are celebrities in this country? Do you know how just freaking weird that is? It's just weird. And it is this way because we use the court system as a political football. Republicans do it, Democrats do it. And here they are using it again. And again, Democrats will do absolutely nothing. They tell us how important the Supreme Court is, but Barack Obama didn't fight for a pick that was rightfully his.
Yes, he didn't fight for a pick that was rightfully his. And like Trump said it. He goes, I won. So part of winning is I get to pick my Supreme Court. Why didn't Obama say that? I won. I've been elected twice. I was elected twice overwhelmingly. The people want me to do this. Sorry.
And to bring it to the shit show we just watched, why didn't Biden call that part out? Why didn't Biden say something? He did nothing. He just took it. It's so amazing watching a grown man just lie for hours and nobody did a thing. I mean, Biden didn't do a thing. I have students that barely got a C in my class when I taught debate or what I taught public speaking at community college. They would have done a better job than Joe Biden tonight. My worst students would have done a better job than Joe Biden. My best one would have done an infinitely better job.
I really want the Vote Any Blue Will Do crowd to sit and listen to this for a second. This is the person the Democratic Party picked. Don't tell me it wasn't the voters. They got behind him. They could have got behind Bernie, and they didn't. They didn't. And this is like exactly what I thought would happen. Biden is going to fight for just centrism shit. I'm going to save the Affordable Care Act rather than, hey, I, Bernie Sanders, or whoever a real progressive presidential candidate would be, would say, I'm going to give you free healthcare, especially now. There was no policy discussed. So now we're going to get with a right-wing judge. And this is also the fact that it comes that as Dave Anthony said, that judges are celebrities. It's because of this two-party system. Like, I really hope neoliberals that were watching my live or reading my live Twitch stream or watching this show, I really want them to go, were you disgusted by this debate? Did you at any point think, God, I wish we had another option? Do you see why we all voted for Jill Stein 4 years ago? Do you see why we're pushing for a third party? Do you see why we want this so badly? Because this is what happens when you have this goddamn duopoly run by oligarchs. Like, this is what you get. This is the worst, most offensive debate I've ever seen. Remember, I would have... Anyway, so that's the Supreme Court. We're going to go into the debate in a second. But, like, this is why the Supreme Court, and this was discussed briefly a little bit during the Democratic primary a year ago about ways to restructure our court system and not just have this one court come down to this...
Expand it and have time limits.
Yeah.
Expand it, time limits. There you go.
And also pull judges from like the appellates, like all this stuff. And again, this is what these two parties get. If you lose the right to get a safe abortion, it's because of the two-party system. It's not Russia, it's not Burn Bros, it's not Jill Stein. It's this corrupt two-party system that you keep backing with giving your vote and asking for nothing in return. You should have been outraged that Obama didn't force a judge in to keep the courts on your side. You should have been furious at that. Instead, you still think he's great. So, of course, this is what you get, man. Trump is the fault of the Democrats and this corrupt two-party system. And if you're going to keep backing this corrupt party, the Democrats, and you think they're better, if you vote for Trump, you're a working class person, you're voting against your own interests. But so the neoliberals vote against their own interests, and this is why it's going to come down to these three stupid issues. So guess what we don't get to talk about? We don't get to talk about free college tuition. We don't get to talk about ending the wars. We don't get to talk about UBI or ending homelessness. We just have to watch these two old rich cocksuckers fucking have a Real Housewives style slap fight about Roe v. Wade. Great. And if Biden wins, he'll say, oh, I saved Roe v. Wade and I saved the Affordable Care Act. And all the centrists will yay and high five rather than go, we keep getting less and less. Anyway, what did you
it was basically every bad take from your racist uncle in a debate. Like that was just like, it was just every bad take from your racist uncle at the Thanksgiving table. Like Donald Trump at one point was just like, well, there's not really racism in the United States. And then Joe Biden was like, I remember Irish Catholics. They faced persecution. It's like in 2020. You think, oh my God. All
right, we'll get to that in a sec. Nate's Garden, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Good thing you guys never have any technical issues. Haha, great upload, Ron. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Sage and Fool, Shaver Knuckles for Justice. I'm Canadian and think both presidential candidates are monsters for the U.S. and the world. I think you Americans need to buckle up. From my seat, it looks like war and a general American catastrophe. Why would you say something like that? Casey H. Mueller, at Ron, what would Pelosi do? What leverage she has? She has nothing. She's useless. She's beyond useless. PK, I just watched two old rich men proudly argue over who started the poor the best, who shafted the poor the best. Biden chucks them in jail. Trump brings them in the military to shoot them. All right, so let's get into this. Hello, everybody. My name is Graham Elwood, and you are watching The Political Vigilante. We have 934 people watching. This is fantastic.
Wow.
Please, please, please hit the like button. Let's get the likes up to 900. Thank you, everybody, for watching. If you're new to the show, please hit the subscribe button. That's how we keep the show going. So make sure you subscribe to it. I go live 4 or 5 days a week. I drop 2 to 3 clips a day. And when you subscribe to this channel, there's a bunch of stuff you can get for free. I'm also want to thank everybody watching on the Rockfin. Carolyn Free Assange, Independent Left News. Thank you, everybody over Nikki 6. Hello, everybody. Backyard Politics. Check that show out. So please hit the like button, get the likes up there, and make sure you hit the subscribe button. So we just got done watching the first of supposed 3 presidential debates, and I knew it was going to be a train wreck. I knew it, and it was. And this is put up there by Jose Torres. Nothing will fundamentally change. That's exactly what I felt like I saw, was basically 2 Republicans, like a moderate Republican and a right-wing fascist Republican debating.
That's funny, Luke.
In the Republican primary is what I felt like I was watching, because it was so bad. They talked over each other. They yelled at each other. I literally had to tweet out in all caps, "Shut the fuck up," to both of them. The moderator, I mean, it was like 3 people arguing. It was like WrestleMania, one of those sports talk shows where just a bunch of sports writers yell at each other. Like they made fun of it on 30 Rock. It was called Sports Yell.
It sounded like the first take of a comedy podcast. Like a shitty comedy podcast. Yeah. It was like the first episode, like, guys, we got to get our rhythm together. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. Chris Wallace had no control whatsoever. Donald Trump just did whatever he wanted. Like Biden pushed back on next to nothing. So you're just watching Trump lie about stuff. And by the way, and then whenever Trump could go after Biden, he has plenty of ammunition because Biden has enough skeletons in his closet he doesn't need to decorate for Halloween. It was a completely horrific debate on every level.
I mean, he goes after Hunter Biden, and there's many stuff to go after Hunter Biden, and then Biden doesn't go. I mean, like, he doesn't fight back in any way, shape, or form.
He can't. He's weak. He's been coddled his entire career.
Yes.
Joe Biden has been coddled his entire career. Nobody ever laid a glove on that guy his entire career. And now all of a sudden he's just in the limelight because, again, you know, he failed his way up to being the nominee this time. You know, they wanted to get behind someone. The establishment was not going to let Bernie through. And Joe was the one where they were just like, all right, screw it. Nothing else took. We're just going to shove this guy down everyone's throat. That's what they did. And now Joe Biden, I mean, he couldn't stand up to anything. At one point, Donald Trump called it the China plague. Biden did nothing.
Didn't say anything.
Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to stand by. Biden did nothing. Nothing.
Chris, well, I'll give Wallace credit on that. A couple of times he really wait a minute. Like, he really did. And he was like, hey, are you going to tell your supporters, like, are you going to denounce white nationalists? Now, obviously, Fox News is never going to have a question that's like, will you put them on the terrorist list? Like, they're terror groups. They should be treated as such. He's not going to go that far on Fox News, but he said, would you? And he's like, what groups? And Trump's acting like, you can always tell when he knows he's cornered, he lies and deflects. And
he tries to slither out of it, and they let him. They freaking let him. I mean, at one point, Chris Wallace was doing Joe Biden's job, while Joe Biden just looked like he was struggling to chew oatmeal. It was, I mean...
I'm going to tell him to stand down and stand by. Joe Joe Biden should have gone, I'm sorry, did you just say stand by?
Right.
Did you tell them so that's your dog. This is the dog whistle I'm talking about. This is the problem we have. Your white nationalists are the ones causing a problem, not Antifa. Your own FBI. He tried to do it. He said your own FBI.
He almost did it. Yeah, he almost got there, but he didn't quite get there because he's Joe Biden. And it was like watching. It was like Celebrity Jeopardy if Celebrity Jeopardy was never funny.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like you want to laugh, and I made some jokes, but then you're just sitting there going, "This is the." I remember. In
Do you think he called him a piece of shit? Do you remember that part? Do you think he did it?
He might have. I don't know.
Oh, you don't remember it? Okay, so one point in the debate, maybe some people in the chat have thoughts. It was just like Joe Biden was going, "Look, here's the thing. Number one," and then he goes, "And number two," and I thought I heard Trump say, "You're a number two."
I heard him
And
say that. I heard that.
Sure.
I heard him say you're number two, and I was
But
like,
I tweeted it out. I was like, "Did Trump just?" And other people responded, and one guy was like, "My wife and I are debating this right
I
now."
totally heard him say that. I
So
thought
a couple
as a
other people
reference
thought
to
they
being
heard
a
it
vice
too.
president, he's number two.
I don't know if that's what I heard or not, but yeah.
He's just
anyway.
the vice
I'm not surprised
president
because that debate had everything except for "I know you are, but what am I?" Like,
Right.
It literally.
Right. Little kids.
This just shows you how much our politics in America. has
SS
become,
Turtles,
and
YouTube,
by design,
Facebook,
to
Twitch,
keep the dumb people
D-Live,
yelling and cheering. It's
Twitter,
spreading
which
circuses.
is,
This a fantastic
Periscope.
distraction. How many countries did we bomb and sanction today during this debate? How many homeless people are on the streets during this debate? We didn't talk about any of it, and I remember Al Gore rolled his eyes in one debate, and that was like, oh, Al Gore blew it. He was rude and disrespectful in a debate. That talked about that gap was like, oh, that was one of those historic gaps. Like Nixon was too sweaty in the 1960 debates, and he wasn't TV ready, and JFK looked slick. This is why I don't like or watch reality TV. It's just, I hate listening to people yell over each other. It's so annoying. If I wasn't doing this show tonight, I would have turned it off. So how many Americans just turned it off? Because nothing. Tell me, what is the solution for the fact that there's 28 million evictions looming? Did either one of them propose a solution for that?
Didn't come up. No, I mean, I'll be honest, man. The only honest moment in that debate, in my opinion, was at the end when Lester Holt said how abysmal the whole thing was, which when you're counting on Lester Holt to be the voice of reason, holy shit.
Yeah.
So that's how low the bar is. I mean, this was probably the most ridiculous debate in the history of American politics. The bar was already on the floor.
It was unbelievable. Folks, if you're watching, we have 1,200 viewers. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button. Let's get the likes up over 1,000. And a great way to support the show is hit the super chat button, and I will answer your questions. Like Sharif Snugs. Thank you so much for supporting the show, Sharif. Do you think if black leadership in the 60s fought for equity rights instead of equal rights, do you think it would have made a difference? I think that's a great question. Ultimately, I think it would not have made a difference, and here's why. Because they did the ruling class did a fantastic job of jailing, assassinating, and basically eliminating all of the black leaders from the 60s. I mean, think about it. Malcolm, MLK, killed, Bobby Seale, and jailed for years. I mean, everybody was either jailed or murdered or just swept away. And so the CIA did all this, and the FBI with J. Edgar Hoover did all these things. So unfortunately, had they chosen a different
SS Totals
avenue as you're talking about,
I like that.
And I actually think the crackdown would have been more brutal had it been about equity. Because I think the ruling class would have responded more viciously to that, and it would have been even more just violent. I mean, it's sad that that's the case, but if you're asking me honestly, what I think would have happened.
Here, I got a good super chat.
I think it would have been an even more brutal response.
I think it's a great point, and it's illustrated by this train wreck of a debate we just watched.
Mm-hmm.
Because we weren't talking. I mean, we're actually in class warfare right now. The media and the ruling class and these two filthy parties and the whorehouse networks like Fox and MSNBC, they've done a fantastic job at getting this country divided into a race war when it's a class warfare. I mean, you've been to a million Black Lives Matter protests. It's everybody. It's every ethnicity under the sun is there. I mean, you have more white people at Black Lives Matter protests than I've ever seen, and yet the media wants to make it a Black Lives Matter versus the Trumpers and the white national, which is what it is, but they won't talk about how many people are behind this movement and how many people are fed up. So it's why you can't talk about it. I mean, when look, Dr. King started really talking about the economics, the Poor People's Campaign, when Bobby Kennedy started talking about why are we spending, at the time it was like $70 billion, which was a lot of money back then, in Vietnam, when there's poor people of all ethnicities. Both him and Dr. King talked about poor white people as well as inner city people of color and Latinos. They both talk about there's a lot of poor white people in this country, and they both got killed for it. And that's why we have to watch this debate of two rich jackasses and there's rotten silver spoon children who are all filthy and corrupt. Hunter, Jared, Ivana, whatever, whoever they are, they're all horrifying. So that's the real issue.
Yeah, I got a super chat. I'm going to send it.
Unfortunately, anytime somebody points out that reality, they get taken out. I mean, that's why we couldn't have Bernie Sanders on stage. Bernie Sanders' message would talk about Biden would say these little things. I'm like, that sounds like something Bernie would say.
It went
that
through,
he shot
man.
down in the primary. Bernie was
super chat went through
about the inequities in this country, and for Joe Biden to be like, look, these billionaires have made a bunch of money. Like, really, Joe? The billionaires that have funded your campaign, those are the ones you're calling out? You got to be kidding me, man. You have to be kidding me. So it's just, you can call out the other problems in this country, but if you really, because you got to understand, there is roughly 4,000 billionaires that control the whole planet. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. There's roughly 4,000 billionaires that really control everything. In a nation, in a world of 7.5 billion people. So they're very scared. It wouldn't take much to just sweep them up and get them out. It would not take much. 100,000 people go to the Hamptons, we'll get a bunch of them. You know, like they know this. So they have to keep us divided, distracted, and afraid. They have that is the only thing they have. So when you bring out the inequities, you're gone. You're gone. You won't make it. And that's what this debate was like. Get these two old assholes to have some dumb slap fight. You know, this is like rival country clubs having a fight. So we don't talk about the real issues. And we get Americans caught up in the sporting event of this, picking a side, talking about who won, like it's the Super Bowl, who won the debate, who didn't. That's irrelevant, man. The American people lost before this debate ever happened. So that's my view on that. Let me read a couple more super chats.
Super chats. Super chat.
Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show.
Super chat.
Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Hit the like button. Super chat.
Cool Blue 71, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. Recent YouTube commenter's description of the Democratic Party, a fundraising corporation and mechanism of control designed to flush away all of the left's efforts to obtain progressive policy.
It's accurate. I mean, that's accurate. I mean, their first priority is not winning. If it was, they would not have Joe Biden up there. Joe Biden wouldn't be up there because he didn't outright win that primary. We all know it. He didn't. It was this fake Joe Menum. It was the establishment putting their thumb on the scale again. But what do they spend millions of dollars on? Well, defeating any progressive challengers. They spend millions on that. Yep. Which, by the way, I mean, I know you're thinking, well, millions isn't really a lot of money for them. Well, in this context, it is, because guess what? Those grassroots challengers, they don't have millions. but the Democratic establishment still spends millions to make sure they get stamped out right away and to make sure that they defeat any type of potential for progressive change. And then after that's done, if they beat a Republican, cool, that's neat. If they don't, no problem. The gravy train keeps rolling. That's why you witnessed what you witnessed tonight. It was absolutely abysmal. Joe Biden cannot stand up to a bully. He just can't do it. He doesn't know how. He can't do it. Donald Trump is a bully. He is. He's a bully. Joe Biden just can't do it. Like, he just can't. He's unable. And people in politics know this.
Yeah.
You think the Democratic establishment didn't know that? Of course they do.
Of course they do.
They don't care. They know what's at it. This isn't a competition. This is not an election. It's not an election. This is not Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump versus Donald Trump. If Donald Trump shoots himself in the dick so fucking hard that he can't get re-election, it's just so hard, it pierces both of his balls out through his fucking thigh on the other side. And it's that hard of a dick shot that the tech robot dicks will never sway again. That's how bad it is. And he doesn't get re-election. That's the only way he
Tim
loses.
Black's live showing.
Biden can't, quote, beat him. Biden's not even a competitor.
He doesn't have any policies that he has nothing, you know, he has no, he's not saying, hey, American people, I have the policies that are going to get us out of this. He just says, I'm going to get us out. But it's like, what policies? And we don't have it. We don't have that discussion because
He wouldn't even say Green New Deal.
he said I'm against it. He came out to
He said he's against it. And then at one point he was like, oh, the Green New Deal, it's efficient. It would pay for itself. And then Trump goes, so you're for the Green New Deal? And he goes, no. What the hell? And it's because you just caught a guy in between his donors and the base. Do I appease the donors? Do I appease the base? You can't appease them both. And when you can't talk your way out of things the way Barack Obama could, you are just a sitting duck for someone like Donald Trump. And that's what we saw tonight.
We talked about it in the primaries. Joe Biden exhibits cognitive decline. Now, he didn't have any real serious like blanks tonight, but there was times he was coherent. There was times he was kind of searching for his words and
There's
stuff.
times he looked like he was falling asleep.
Yeah.
There were 0 times he looked in any way effective. He looked scared. He would say, oh, you're the worst president ever, while he was looking at the ground. I mean, I'm just talking from an objective.
He was looking at the ground. I noticed that. I didn't like that. I was like, just look at least look
Everything
at
that came
him.
out of that man's mouth, for the most part, was an out.
At least
like
look at him
just
while
a
he's
straight
lying
up
to you.
lie.
Make him look
But
you in the
Biden
eye.
couldn't push back at all.
Yeah,
He
Biden
just
should have
sat
forced
there,
Trump to look him in
scared
the
and
eye while he
intimidated.
lied at him.
And Chris Wallace
He didn't have
was
the.
just what is so scary about
He didn't
Donald
stand up
Trump?
to him.
Right.
Right.
Kick his ass.
Stand
I
up
was
to him.
sitting there yelling.
I said
was
he
like,
needs
if
to
I was
stand
on that
up to
stage,
him,
I'd be
you know?
like, Trump, shut your mouth right now or I'll knock you out. I will get you before Secret Service does. Shut your mouth. And I'd go over and I'd punch him in the face, and then we'd, okay, we'll continue the debate. And I would be president because I knocked out this asshole. I knocked him out. I would knock him out. Joe Biden, it's and that's why
Graham's so
Bernie-
fucking funny.
That could work out. Yeah, that might work.
would have taken the gloves off. He didn't take the gloves off with Biden, which is
No, he
Bernie's
didn't.
fault. That's Bernie's fault.
It
And
is his fault.
Is he a sheep herder, or did they threaten to kill his kids? I don't know what happened. But John Silver, shaving knuckles for justice, in one corner, a loudmouth who should have had his ass kicked a long time ago. In the other corner, a dead-eyed goofball out on a Tuesday evening.
Right. Read
Oh,
mine.
God.
Read mine.
Yep.
Because that's
That's
the same
fair.
thing.
So true. Sage and fool, shave your knuckles for justice. Do you think the stock market is crashing as you read this? The world is watching, and the crap show is getting real. Well, when the stock market opens tomorrow, we'll see what happens. I haven't checked, but I bet you my crypto's gone up.
As you look at
Because the rest of the world, I don't think Americans realize this, but especially like the diehard Trumpers, and I'm not like the diehard Trumpers are getting bamboozled at a serious level. But the vote any blue will do people, I'm almost more mad at them. But let me make something very clear to you, American audience, and there's a lot of international people watching right now. The rest of the world is going, you guys are done. I had Christy I on this show from Boomer Bust. Please watch that interview. She said investment groups, foreign investors are shorting the dollar. What that means in investment speak, they are betting against the United States dollar. They are betting that the dollar tanks. So if they're spending tens and millions and hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars on that, they're going to make sure it happens. So America is done. Yeah, Ray's gone up a little bit.
Nice.
Ethereum's gone up a little bit. Yeah. So we'll see what the stock market does tomorrow. But the other thing that this debate points out,
Right on,
is
Tunnels.
how much they really want us fighting with each other. So listening to these two gold guys fight, they're very sophisticated. They know that stirs up everyone watching at home, wanting to fight and wanting to fight each other and wanting to knock out this group or that group. That's what, and when I had Whitney Webb on the show a couple of weeks ago, she found a leaked internal memo, and all these groups, the ruling class, both political parties, are ramping us into a civil war. That's why
I talk about
they really
I talk
wanted
about
to make it
unity
clear
in my next question, if I'll read it.
that at least Trump, if not both, are going to say that the
It's
election
coming up,
was
I
real,
have a
because
feeling.
they just need one side, whoever wins, they just need the other side to go, no, this election is fake, and this thing is going to be a hung. What happened in 2000? It's going to be hung for a lot longer, and it's going to spill out, and that's why Michaels was trying to get Trump to say, "Oh, I'll tell my group to stand down," because he knows he won't. So he knows he gave his, and even if Trump tonight said, please, my supporters, no violence, we will accept the election results. If he said that tonight, on election day or the day after, if Trump thinks he's cheated, he's going to say, take it to the streets. He's
Right
going
on,
to say
Joshua.
that. And so they're ramping us into a civil war. And between like October-ish, it's going to get worse. At least through January, February, it's going to be a nightmare if it doesn't just completely derail the whole country. Christopher Walker, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. Trump won't denounce white supremacists and says stand by in regards to the Proud Boys. Time to make racists afraid again. Yeah, absolutely. They need to understand this. White nationalists they just need to look at some real simple statistics, right? So white people are about 36% of the population. Not all white people are on their side. In fact, I would say most people are not. Most white people are not. They're out in the rural areas and they think, oh, this is a huge red state, like both the Dakotas. There's 2 million people in all of the Dakotas, right? So, Ron, are you there? Did you freeze up?
No, I'm here.
Okay. So they don't realize that most white people are not
Ron's
down with
probably
the white
tweeting.
nationalism. Then you've got all the other ethnic groups that aren't down with them. So they're severely outnumbered. And they need to be aware of the fact that they are actually on the wrong side of history, and they are spitting in the face of anyone that served this country in World War II. Because everybody that served in World War II fought against fascism and white nationalists.
Here's the problem, though. They got the problem, though, is they got the cops on their side.
That's
the
absolutely
problem.
true. That is true. They do have the cops on their side, but that
And the cops have a lot of military might.
they do. They absolutely do. And there's a lot of police departments that are clearly have white nationals in them and higher up, and they protect them. All this evidence of that. That's absolutely true, but it's a lot of people of color that served overseas.
No, I agree. No, I totally agree. But it's, I don't know. I mean, I'm I'm hoping it doesn't come down to just armed conflict in the streets, because it will not go well
For anybody.
For
I hope
anybody.
I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right. I hope I'm wrong, but what it really seems like is they want us to do this, because again, if these white nationalists, most of whom are probably working class white people, if they realized they were getting screwed over by the same billionaire class, and some of them think, oh, Trump's fighting the billionaire, he's rounding up the pedophiles or whatever. If they realize that, rather than going to a courthouse, rather than fighting, bringing guns to a courthouse in Michigan because they couldn't get a haircut and wear a mask or whatever, if they went there because Wall Street got $4.25 trillion, then they would unify. They have more in common with Black Lives Matter than we think, but they're deliberately divided. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope it gets peacefully resolved, but they're ramping us. They really want this to happen, the ruling class, so that we don't turn on them. Ray Foley, what's up, brother? I had to turn it off and listen to music instead while cooking dinner. I do not blame you at all. Highlights how sleazy these imposters really are. Kennedy was the last president with balls. That's why bang bang. Oh, I know.
Chat
Kennedy
came in.
said, I want to
Chat
break the
came in
CIA
from
into 1,000
YouTube.
pieces. Kennedy said, why are we going into Vietnam? I want to cut
Well,
back
I
the war
didn't see it
machine.
come through. I
and
wonder where
boom,
I think he's
lights out.
watching several YouTube channels.
Lights
It's pretty cool.
out.
I even called up some of what the Fed was doing, and yeah, they were having none of that.
Oh boy, every president that's called out the Federal Reserve has been assassinated.
It's Garden.
No, that's statistically true.
Shave your garden, nothing goes for justice.
That's just a fact.
Every American president that's been assassinated had some public something about the Federal Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
Nace Garden, what's up, dude? One good outcome. We can all come together and agree these are two morons we are forced to choose from. Calistoga just got full evacuation order. 3.8 million acres burned in California alone. Hottest year on record. Thoughts? Yeah, let's talk about that, Ron. Let's talk about the California fires kind of started to subside a little bit, and now they're coming back because it's another heat wave.
Because there's another heat wave. Yeah, I mean, I think at one point it was, last I saw it was 15% contained, but now there's another heat wave coming through. So it's probably going to get ramped up again. And I think, yeah, I mean, we got to do something about climate change. I mean, it's just, and then you have two candidates who are just against the Green New Deal. I got to be honest with you, though, man. I was a little bit ticked off at the whole bashing California segment from Donald Trump, and then I was just even more annoyed that, like, of course, Biden and Wallace said nothing. You know what?
I'm so used to
We
that.
got our problems in California. We really do, and there are some huge issues with our leadership.
50%
But you know what? As a state,
47% of its federal
GDP
land
in the world. A quarter of the country's food comes from our middle. The entertainment comes from our south. The tech comes from the north.
Right.
We are a big player in this country, and you're just going to try to shit all over us and tell us that we are not getting the federal help that we paid for in the first place because our GDP gets distributed elsewhere. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit.
It's it's hilarious to listen to Trump go, oh, I like that. I don't deny science. Your whole cabinet is climate change deniers. I mean, your first Secretary of State was the former head of Exxon. Like, now it's Pompeo, who was a torture liar. Like, it's preposterous. And then again, Joe Biden, he's middle ground on climate policy. You know, we want to cap carbon and like all this, like, oh, that's great climate policy. If this was like 1987, that's great policy, Joe. Like,
we're gonna get off gasoline cars by 2079.
No, dude.
He's just passing the buck. That's all he's doing.
All he's doing.
He's like, I'll be dead. Deal with it. That's what he's saying.
They're both saying that. I mean, is forestry management an issue with the California fires? Yeah, that's actually true. But guess what, Trump? That's federally funded. So if you want to help with the forestry department, then why don't you give them some more funding? And why didn't the democratically controlled Congress stop approving his fucking war budgets? And then we could have real forestry management and think about sustainability and get rid of old growth trees and have controlled burns like indigenous populations have done in Australia and throughout the world for 1,000 years. So we rather than just build, rather than Governor Newsom giving out fracking permits and whatever else. And it's like, the state of California needs to go exactly what you said. We have the 5th largest economy in the world. So you better listen to us. We better get what we need, or fuck you and fuck your family. Like, if California wants to secede, I'll run for president of that state in a heartbeat. Because it's just like, I'd be like, oh, white nationalists and any gang drug cartels operating here, they're now terrorist groups in the People's Republic of California, and they're done. They're gone. I'll round them all up. Like, fucking drives me nuts.
Damn.
Oh, Jesus. Like, and just listening to, like, Joe Biden fumble around climate policy and listen to these right-wing talking points of
Well, Trump is successfully attacking him from the left and the right, and he can't handle either one. He can't. Trump will be like, oh, Joe, you don't want law and order. You don't want law and order. And Joe Biden can't handle it. He's like, no, I do. And then he's like, oh, you want this radical Green New Deal. No, I don't. Oh, but you want to do something about climate change. Yeah, I do. So you want the Green New Deal? No, I don't. Well, you just lost the left. He can't handle it because in reality, he stands for nothing.
Stands for nothing.
He stands for nothing. Trump stands for himself. and Joe Biden stands for nothing.
Stands for nothing. Oh, sage and fool, shave your knuckles for justice. I wonder how much and how many Americans appreciate their democracy affects the rest of the world. Oh, I know. We think we're in this little bubble, and the rest of the world is like, this is going to be awful. They're distancing themselves from us. Look, I bet
they're not even letting us in.
If they're not letting us in for sure because of COVID, and when we go into civil war, they're going to be like, nope. And you're going to have countries like Australia, our allies, go, hey, China, we'll play ball. Like, what do you need? Like, for their own survival.
Yeah.
Like, aesthetics guru, I feel the 6-3 Supreme Court will do more damage than another 4 years of Trump. 2021 is going to make 2020 look like Disney World. The empire's over. That's right. Rob Morgan, bum fight. Haha. Big Baby Zuba, shave your knuckles for justice. I love watching that. So funny, man. We need a new political system. The two parties suck so bad. Also, Preston Garvey found a settlement. He needs your help. Okay, good to know. 1347 watching. Nice. 896 views. Let's get the likes up over 1,000, everybody. Let's get. I'm sorry, StreamYard. It's moving so quick that I've passed through some. I'll get to all the super chats. Gina G, but I love supporting both of you. They're real progressive. Thank you so much, Gina. Redneckonomics. Listen, watch that show. Both are racist. Both are corporatists. Both put kids in cages. It's just a matter of what color hat you prefer wearing. Oh, it's painfully true. Bethany Hahn, shave your knuckles for justice. Commiserations for Australia. Guys.
Hey, from Australia.
From Australia, yeah.
Thank you, Bethany.
Charles Wilson, shave your knuckles for justice, and this is why I'm writing in Bernie and voting Green Party down ballot. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sharif Snugs, what's up, Sharif? Thank you for supporting the show, dude. Really appreciate it. Why do Americans favor symbols over policies? I love Chadwick Boseman too, but I wouldn't petition for a statue of him. I would petition for UBI. I'm just saying. Well, that's a great point, and the reason is we've been so conditioned in this country. It's not a mistake that the biggest most watched thing every year is the Super Bowl. We're conditioned to pick a team, pick a side, and get whacked out. And the symbols that you're talking about get all wound up. That's American exceptionalism. The flag, apple pie. It's not like policy is what makes America great. It's all these symbols that make America great. Captain America and whatever else. So Americans get tied into this my team versus your team. You saw it in the Dem debates, in the primaries. And identity politics keeps the left playing that game.
Well, and you're also conditioned to, pick a good guy, pick a bad guy.
Right.
So, if someone's the bad guy, someone else has to be the good guy. Instead of saying, well, actually, this entire system is corrupt and we need to change this system because there's just a bunch of bad guys. And if you choose one, you're still choosing a bad guy, which means you'll get an even worse bad guy next time. And this system is what needs to end. The chain needs to be broken.
It's a gay woman of color.
Exactly.
Exactly. Not a bad guy. It's a bad woman of color. It's still bad.
That changes everything.
That doesn't fix it. Oh, we need to make put a woman in charge of the CIA. Yay, we did that. Gina Haspel. No, we need to get rid of the CIA. we need to get rid of CIA. The district attorney in Los Angeles is a black woman, and she won't charge LAPD. Jackie Weaver. She won't do it. Jackie Lacey. She won't do it. Jackie Weaver's a very good actress from Australia. Alan Flynn, shave your knuckles.
Tomato.
Yeah, whatever. Hurt my soul watching Biden getting a floppy. I know. Adam Gluck, shave your knuckles for justice. The Democrats aren't even a good opposition party at this point. No, they're the Washington Generals. If you watch the Harlem Globetrotters, they're the Washington Generals. That's exactly what they do. 967 likes. Let's get those likes over 1,000, everybody. George Allen, what's up, George? Thank you for supporting the show. By the way, this is like the biggest audience we've ever had for a live stream, so thank you for joining us. Please hit the subscribe button if you're new to what I'm doing. I go live 4 or 5 days a week, and I drop 2 to 3 videos a day. I had to take last week off because my father passed away, but I'll be doing more. I have a Patreon page, patreon.com/Graham Elwood. I'm on Rockfin, a blockchain cryptocurrency platform, rockfin.com/Graham Elwood. For $10, you get all the premium content on Rockfin, not just mine, everybody's. Ron's on Rockfin, Convo Couch is on Rockfin, everybody is on Rockfin, so check that out. There's no shame in voting third party. It's what feels good in my heart. My one vote for either of these two goons would not feel right. I know. Doesn't it? It so showed why we needed a third party. Or as Ralph Nader joked, just a second party.
Mm-hmm.
Just another option from these two people. Like, and that's why it's like, Howie Hawkins, what? Like, imagine if Jesse Ventura was on that stage.
Yeah.
What would tonight have been like?
It would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
It would have been a hell of a lot better.
Yep.
Yeah, because he would have just been moderator, basically. He would have just started moderating and answering his own questions.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have let both of them just talk over him and interrupt him. He would have done it.
And he would have flexed his muscles and gone, Don, pipe down, or I'm going to drop you. And Trump would have gone, yes, sir, Mr. Ventura, you know.
He would have hid behind the podium.
Yeah. And he would have gone, hey, Chris Michaels, or whoever the idiot moderator was, he's being mean to me. Because Trump's a little baby. Trump's a baby, a little crybaby. His supporters are crybabies.
He's a crybaby.
People are stupid crybabies as well.
Yeah, they're all babies. It was just three adult babies babbling tonight. That's all it was. Trump's a baby, Biden's a baby, and Chris Wallace is a baby.
Little babies. Little baby boomer. Your era ending babies. Dirty diapered, need my baba babies. You've had everything handed to you your whole lives.
Need my baba.
There, shut your fucking mouth. Someone should have disciplined you years ago.
Need my baba.
Not a spine between them. Here's the rules, guys. Fuck you. Oh, please. Yeah.
Fred Hampton's Go, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. We need to build class unity, confidence, and consciousness. Socialist revolution isn't an option. It's the only way out and for humanity.
Need my baba.
I agree.
So true, dude. Peter Saturday, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. What if Sanders had sat out 2020? Would someone progressive have taken his place and had a chance and went to the top? I wish he'd sat out. Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think anyone, and I'm not saying Bernie was perfect. He was far from it, and there's a ton of things he did that pissed me off, a very long list. But if it would have been someone else, they would have just been cheated harder, quicker, and easier. That's all that would have happened.
When are progressives going to realize you cannot change the Democratic Party from within?
Exactly. You can, and it's not going to be all on the shoulders of one person either, and it's probably not going to be in the White House all that fast either.
No, it's
so,
AOC, if you're watching, which I doubt you are, you're not going to reform this party 4 years from now.
No, she's not, and she's not. My biggest hope. Yeah, my biggest hope electorally is that Movement for a People's Party has a candidate in 2024. That's the only hope electorally.
If America is still standing.
If we're still a thing. If we're still a thing.
Which we won't, there's a chance we might not be. We might be completely up for grabs, or we might be like, oh, there's the great experiment failed. There's a bunch of red states that have reenacted slavery and they're setting gays on fire like the Taliban did. And then there's the West Coast of allied states of niceness or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could, we could break off into like 4 or 5 different countries.
Easy. It'll happen. I mean, like, it's ready to happen. Ex-Hippie 503.
A nice one.
How do we get a legitimate crypto wallet? I want to play.
I don't know.
I use Coinbase and my Ether wallet. So I use my Ether wallet because that's where my Ray tokens are. That's what they pay us on Rockfin. But if you just want to, I would join. Coinbase is one that I use, and I also have in the show notes, I have a Coinbase affiliate program. If you buy $100 in Coinbase using my, and it's in the link in any of my videos that I just dropped, you'll see a Coinbase link, and if you buy $100, you get $10 in free Bitcoin, and I get $10 in free Bitcoin. I like Coinbase.
There's a
I use
mosquito in
You
here.
can
I
link
got
it to a
bit by a
bank
mosquito
account and cash
outside.
out into US dollars or
Find
whatever
that
currency
motherfucker
you're
and
in.
kill it.
I've cashed some out to pay bills
I
and
got
stuff.
bit.
I've also bought using American dollars to buy it. It's a pretty good crypto wallet, but there's a lot of good wallets out there.
Good. Yeah, you should
And find
smoke
the
out
one
of
you're
a
comfortable
bong.
with. And I also have a Trezor, T-R-Z-O-R, cold wallet, which is not tied to anything, where the crypto physically lives on. And start watching like Bitcoin.com. They're a YouTube channel that gives very basic.
You get something nice at Aqualab Technology,
series
bro.
That's very just spoon feeds you, because I didn't get it at all. No one didn't. I didn't get it at all, and I'm slowly learning more and more.
Technology,
So that's a
or
good crypto wallet. So
Aqualab
use Coinbase,
Technologies.
use my affiliate thing, because then we both make a little bit of money. It's a great way to support the show, and I use it and I like it. Brian Scott, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. Which candidate is going to put me in the underground detention facility beneath the closed Walmart in the Apple Valley that hopefully will have Wi-Fi?
Both of them.
Great question. Great question. Yeah, I don't know.
Both.
I don't have a firm answer for that one. Gina.
They're going to do a focus group.
Yeah, we'll get a focus group and we'll figure out which underground detention facility they're going to put you in. Gina G, what's up? Thanks for supporting the show. How about Wallace's framing of the Portland protest? Both candidates were stumbling to lip cops' boobs. I sent this earlier, but it was missed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed that. Yeah, that was like unbelievable. It was a Republican debate.
That was one of the grossest questions. The other question that was absolutely disgusting, since we're getting into some of the questions, was his question where he's like, "Oh, Biden, you want to raise taxes on hardworking Americans like big corporations and people who make over $400,000 a year." Those were like the Portland thing, and then that. Those were like the two most ridiculous questions that were asked that night.
Unbelievable. Just these kids in the street. It was a debate for old Republicans to decide which old asshole I want to vote for. There was no some of these cops are out of control.
Oh yeah.
They've shot tear gas at fucking pregnant people and beaten up people in wheelchairs, and what do you think is causing this?
Biden had so many moments where he could have diplomatically refuted Trump, and instead he just took the bait. I support the cops. You don't like law and order, Biden. And Biden's like, no, most
people
cops are
watching.
good. Instead of saying, no, I do support law and order, but I see a systemic problem that needs to be solved.
I want to find it and kill it.
But that would take courage, and Biden doesn't have that. So
somebody wrote, California is run by Dems and doesn't set an example for the rest of the country. Where is the Medicare for all in California? Excellent point. Excellent point. If California were to succeed, then I think maybe progressives could finally take that and go. Get out, corporate Democrats.
Guess what tomorrow is, kiddies?
This country, this new
my
ECU
ECU for my Jeep is supposed to arrive, and I'm supposed to be able to drive it.
And the Democrats are.
It's going to be street legal soon too.
Corrupt in this state. I mean, we certainly.
But I can drive it to the store,
Otherwise, and it's. But we have tried to do all these things, and it's the powerful that just stab it in the back. We had a single payer bill. It got stabbed in the back. We're pushing for public banking here. We made more strides than a lot of other places, but it's still, the establishment still fights it. I mean, they fight it nationwide. It's not immune in a place like California.
So true. Louise Broke, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. I just couldn't watch. We need to reach out to everyone and unite. I agree that some of the races could be swayed if they understood who was screwing them. Some of them
I
won't,
agree.
but
I agree.
Again, the way I'm talking about
Louise
swaying them
Brooks.
is what Fred Hampton did in Chicago in the late 60s. He went to working class Southern whites that lived in Chicago in a neighborhood called Hillbilly Harlem and said, capitalism is creating racism. And they were like, yeah, because part of what some of this racism comes from is these working class whites have been abandoned. They were abandoned by NAFTA and the Clintons and Obama and everybody else.
We need to reach out and unite. Louise Brooks, I just said you need to come watch my podcast.
There's an opioid epidemic sweeping through these largely white working class rural areas. It's horrific what's going on in some of these areas. I mean, just the opioid epidemic it's like what crack did in the inner cities in the 80s and 90s. It's unbelievable. And they're just told, you're stupid and you should have gone to college. There's no jobs. There's the Walmart, there's joining the military, or there's working in the opioid trade. Like, so it's ripe for racism. It's ripe to say, well, who's causing this problem? Oh, they are. The Mexicans took my job. The blacks did, or whatever the thing is. You know, the Zionist banks or whatever. And it's like, no, billionaires did, man. White waspy billionaires did. You know, like these are the people that have done this, man. You know, it's like the Walmart crushed the mom and pop businesses. Like Jeff Bezos, all these people are crushing you
Oh, there's that motherfucker.
economically. And if you
it's really convenient for them if you just stay mad at brown people.
yes, they actually
That really conveniences them, because then you're not going to see what they're doing.
if you're waving your Confederate flag and being a racist, then whew, they don't have to worry about you doing a labor strike. They don't have to worry about you getting together with people like Chris Smalls and walking out of Amazon, the Amazon facility that opened up in your state or whatever. They don't have to worry about that. They don't have to worry about you getting involved in a general strike. They don't have to worry about you showing up surrounding Congress with guns and saying, we want free healthcare and UBI. So that's how that goes. And who militarized the police? Yes, we know. Red in economics, I know how you feel, Ron. That's literally every day living in the South. We're just trying our best, but these politicians give us a bad name. Absolutely, man. And look, the college-educated big city neoliberals who's never been there, they love to say, oh, all those red state people are dumb. They're just all, you're all hillbillies. And it's like, man.
No, I lived in the South. I lived in the South for a couple of years. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. And Graham, you can speak to this a bunch too, because you and I have both traveled very extensively in our lives and together even on the road. And it's, you know, all of these states have a lot more in common than they don't. And, you know, we're all dealing with the same bullshit. And we all, at the end of the day, kind of want the same things. So.
And they can't have that message out there.
Mm-mm.
I mean, look, I remember you and I drove through Mississippi, and, you know, not a lot of, like, lefty progressives came to our show in that state, admittedly, but we saw the same economic problems we see in California.
Yep.
We saw prison labor cleaning up the
streets. Yeah.
Right. Right now. Well, it's not all not all prison labor, because half of them got COVID thanks to. I mean, it's like we saw it. We've seen the economic depression in this country up close from driving through it and doing shows there. We've seen it, man. We've seen it, and this is how racism takes hold. It's the same thing with the Taliban and Al Qaeda and ISIS. They go to young teenage boys that are Muslim, don't have a lot of education. Man, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, some of the interrogators said, man, we get some of these guys, young guys in their 20s or 30s, these radical Muslims, and a lot of them didn't even know how to read. And when we taught them how to read, they started reading the Quran, actually reading it. And they were like blown away at all about Islam being peaceful and taking care of the poor and helping each other. And they were like, oh, I was just told the Quran said it's okay to kill not infidels or whatever. And it's the same thing. Here's a group that was never given great education, that has no jobs and no opportunity. Come join us. We'll make it an ideological thing. So it's ISIS or the Taliban. Same thing with the white nationalist groups. You're screwed. Your life's it's not a good education system. You don't have a lot of jobs. Oh, join us. We'll protect you. And they're the problem over there. Same thing with the inner city gangs. No jobs, no good schools, no chance to get out. Well, join the Bloods or the Crips or whatever the gang is. We'll take care of you. And hey, here's money to be made. It's the same thing. Those gangs, those drug organizations, those militias, those radical Islam groups, they all prey upon large groups of undereducated poor people that don't have opportunities or jobs. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, man. Sharif Snugs, thank you so much for supporting the show. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. We crossed over 1,000 likes. We are at almost 1,100 likes, 1,200 people watching. The most I've watched ever in a live stream. This is fantastic. Sharif, thank you so much for supporting the show, dude. You're making Gotham great again. Bloomberg is trying to get ex-cons the right to vote. Is this a distraction within the duopoly? Is the duopoly just posturing, or both? I would say both, because just as a principle, I think ex-cons should be allowed to vote, because right now in our system, the way our prison system works, and it's basically to benefit so private prison industry can profit, people pay their debt to society, and then they can't vote, they can't get a regular job, they have this, it incites recidivism, which is good for the private prison industry. And specifically in California, I've talked about this, the prisoners that have fought fires, so they put their lives on the line, which got them good behavior, and I think that program on its own, just as a concept, is a good concept. Hey, you committed a felony, you're in prison, we'll teach you how to fight fires, put your life on the line, that's good behavior, you get out early on parole. But they can't get jobs with fire departments after that. So there's nothing, so we have all of these trained ex-cons in California, and they can't go fight all these awful wildfires. And we have 0.5 or however 3.6, I forget what Nate said, million acres burned. So do I support ex-cons getting the right to vote? Yes. Is Bloomberg doing this as a distraction and a thing to get out the vote? Of course he is.
I think he's just, I think it's just posturing. I agree with you, Graham. I totally support ex-cons having the right to vote. Absolutely. I don't trust Mike Bloomberg on it for 1 second or anything else. I mean, he was using prison labor to make some of his phone calls, his campaign calls, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's awful.
So maybe he just thought, well, maybe I can buy up some votes easier too.
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, it's a political stunt. And
He's a gross human.
he's a disgusting human being.
He's a disgusting. All I ever think about whenever I hear his name is just like when he was licking his fingers and then touching all the pastries. That is what. Oh, you never saw that video? Don't watch it. It's disgusting. There's just like a pastry thing. It was like just a breakfast, and he's just licking his fingers and then touching all of them. God, probably because no one ever told him he can't do that.
He's horrible. Redneckonomics, what's up? She's got a great YouTube show. Check that out. She reports from West Virginia, gives you an inside look at what's going on there, folks. That's what I say. You're all political vigilantes. You're all on the ground doing stuff, bringing information to all of us. Coming from the South, I always heard of California as a liberal paradise, but I saw so much that was wrong the last time I was there. We're all being screwed by the duopoly. Non-party voters. Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, California's supposed to be this paradise. It has this, and now the homeless population is it's through the roof. It's unbelievable. And especially in like LA and Northern Silicon Valley, you've got these $20 million homes and these massive developments that some developer for these high rise and these fancy condos and one bedroom apartments going for $5,000. That's not a joke. $5,000. And there's people living in tent cities like across the street. It's preposterous. What have you seen recently, Ron, driving through LA that's different from when you first moved here? What have you noticed?
Well, I mean, other than the obvious where the city is just shut down and, like the Hollywood Strip. I mean, I went to West Hollywood not too terribly long ago to pick up a book. And you had to, like, the way the bookstore was doing it, I ordered the book, and you had the option to have it shipped, or you could pick it up outside. Like, you would go there, and you would call, and then they would set it on a table outside, and you could take it. And I went for that option just so I could run an errand and kind of get out of the apartment for a little bit. And, I parked, and I went for a walk, and it was almost surreal, like, just seeing the Sunset Strip completely vacated, seeing no signs of life, seeing all these buildings that are usually, flourishing 24 hours a day, just completely vacant. It's a very, very weird moment. You see more garbage in the streets than you have in the past. You see, there have always been homeless in every single neighborhood, but now it's
there's more. I mean, there are more tent cities. There's a higher volume of them, and yeah, it's I mean, when you drive around, you think this doesn't even look like what we're taught the United States is. Like this looks like a third world country.
It does. It looks like a third world. I've been in third world countries. It looks like Los Angeles looks like a third world country, with egregious wealth, and then people living in shacks in tent cities.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jay.
I remember I was in Rio, which is not third world. It's like developing, fancy beaches, Ipanema Beach, and then up in the hills are the favelas, and they're shanty towns. It's unreal. There's a bunch of super chats I missed. Excuse me, folks. That's on StreamYard. It goes up so fast I can't go back and get them, so I got to go onto YouTube. I apologize. Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Brian Scott. Thank God for KAQMB. My daughter's lungs. Thank them. Good to hear. Tony DeMeo. Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Do you guys hear Biden said he's against $15 minimum wage? Of course he is. He's a Republican. Crazy. Ray Foley, Shaver Knuckles for Justice. Ray, get a monster box, 500 coins, silver, most undervalued asset in the world. Good to know. Cost about $15,000 and will be like you'll be able to buy a house with it when the reset happens. Check it out. Good to hear. Yeah, I've heard so many financial experts say get into crypto and get into gold and silver. I've heard so many people say that. Michael Carriage, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. 1934 San Francisco labor riots will look like kids playing in the streets compared to what's coming. I know. 28 million evictions is happening every state in the country. Every state. I don't care how red you think your state and all MAGA this and all blue, we're going to blue Biden hair. It's coming no matter where you live. Matt Senna. Boom. Our foreign policy will become out domestic policy already happening via both parties. Absolutely true. None of your business, Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. To support the work of you two shows, we all need to vote for Jesse and Nina B, or T will destroy us all. Yes, I know. I would love to see. If you live in Alaska, you can vote for Jesse Ventura, man. Shave Your Knuckles for Justice. How do you guys feel about Newsom vetoing down ballot voting in California? Ron, what are your thoughts on that one?
Actually, I hadn't heard about that. What did he do exactly?
I just heard about this myself.
That was me. That was me.
Wants to veto down ballot voting. I don't know I don't know the specifics on that, Maze. I'd have to learn more about that.
Yeah, I'd have to learn more about that. I'm not familiar with that. I mean, I know that he, he's not a very voting friendly guy. I know that about him. I mean, he is adamantly against ranked choice voting. And his insanely condescending reason is that it's too complicated for us. We can't possibly rank our choices. That'd be way too hard. So yeah, he's not a very free and open elections friend. I'm not familiar with what this comment refers to, but yeah, I'd be curious to learn more.
2019.
So would I. Matt asks, what's up, Matt? Boom. Speaking of Gavin, what are your thoughts on his abolishing gas-powered cars by 2035? Real deal or lip grandstanding? Well, I don't know. I mean, I hope it's real. California has been fairly forward-thinking in terms of electric vehicle. As someone with an electric vehicle in California, they have increased the charging infrastructure just in the 3 years since I got my first electric car. And I like that. And they're starting to put more solar-powered charging stations out there. I hope the wildfires and the California electorate screaming at state assembly members and people like Gavin Newsom to do more. I hope this is a real thing. They could do it by 2030 if they wanted to. So one of the things California did years ago is they made a law that every car company that was doing business in California had to make an electric car. They called them mandate cars. So they were like, my car was a Kia Soul EV, and they were only sold in a handful of states. They were called mandate cars. Hyundai had anyone. That's why BMW came out with a car, Fiat came with a car. Anyone wants to sell cars in California has to make an electric car. So this forces the car companies, if you want to do business in California, which has 45 million people, and it's a car culture, we don't have high-speed rail, public transportation. San Francisco's pretty good. It's gotten better in LA, but it's still a car state. And I hope it's the real deal. And California has a decent history of making these kind of things the real deal. It's a big step, but if they lead the way, a lot of other states might join it.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I mean, it's definitely better than nothing. I think that
What happened there? Did I do
at
that?
the end of the day, too, you really need to realize that, you know, electric cars are great. I actually, my wife and I got an electric. Like we gotta do right. I mean, it's important we do our best as individuals. Abso-freaking-lutely. I mean, you know, we all do our best. We all, you know, recycle, do the best we can. But at the end of the day, that accounts for about what 3% of all the problems, something like that. So the other 97% are these big polluters. They're the Amazons of the world. They're the Walmarts of the world. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad Gavin Newsom did that. It's certainly not a bad thing, but I'm not going to turn a blind eye to him also approving 24 fracking wells recently. Yeah. So, you know, you got to keep your eye on the really big problem too.
Yeah. J.H. Scott, George Carlin told us about this crap. Trump wants his Roy Cohn. That tells you all about him you need to know. Biden, nothing changes. Yep. Boom. Joe Hartman, condolences, Graham, love and compassion. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the love and support I've got from everybody since my father passed away. I did a whole video talking about him and death and everything because Americans are afraid to talk about death and face it. So I'm not. So watch that video. Red Economics, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Our rulers consider equality to mean that everyone can wear a boot that stands on our necks regardless of gender, religion, or sexual orientation. Yes, you can get the shit beat out of you by cops of all different ethnicities, right?
And you can pick the red boot or the blue boot.
Right? Isn't that fun? You can get evicted by a transgender cop. you can have a bank that, you know, has a rainbow flag. It's fantastic.
And your boot comes with a complimentary boot commercial that you watch. Just watch the ad all the way through.
Oh, Louise Brooks, bonus round. What drugs were they on and how much? LOL. Too bad Kamala and Pence aren't required to get high before debate. That would be interesting. That debate, we actually might have substantive policy discussions and debates because Pence and Kamala, at least Pence isn't like a 5-year-old. He's a psychopath evangelical that thinks, you know, having lunch with a woman is bad. But I don't know. We might actually have a substantive debate. It'll be
well. Nobody will be watching it, but I do think that, you know, I don't like either person very much at all. I'm not a fan of either, but I think strictly from a debate standpoint, Kamala Harris is going to just shred him.
Sure.
I mean, it's not a very good debate. I mean, Tim Kaine couldn't handle him. Tim Kaine's one of the most pathetic human beings alive, but Kamala Harris, you know, she can hold her own debate-wise. She's a good debater, so I think she'll shred Mike Pence, but nobody will watch it or care.
Well, yeah, but they're both. This is their 2024 prelim.
Oh man, you think Pence will run for it in 20? I mean, I'm sure Kamala will. Definitely.
He can run in 24.
Oh man. Oh gosh.
Trump dies and he becomes. I mean, he's absolutely.
Ugh.
He's so close to being able to have public executions for gay people. Like he so wants that. He's such
he is a psycho. He is a dangerous psycho.
Dangerous psycho. There's a couple I missed. Bonus round. Louise Brooks. What? Oh, yeah, we did that one. North American AA. Thank you. Boom. My limit for primary debates was 4. Here, it's 1. Just like the primaries, it wasn't even entertaining on top of not being informative. Yes, it was the double trouble. Sammy Kablam. Shave your knuckles for Justice Vox. I know, right? Says this debate proves Biden doesn't have dementia. Seems like this mess would do the opposite of that. What do you guys think? I mean, okay, let's say he doesn't have dementia. I believe he does, and they're just putting him on medication right before this debate. But let's say he doesn't. He's still awful. He still did nothing, didn't fight back, didn't give any real policies, just let Trump lie like a psychopath that he is, all coked up in his tanning salon. And like it was such a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know what Biden does or doesn't have, and whatever he does or doesn't have, I refuse to see him as a victim in any way, shape, or form. And he's still terrible either way. I mean, yeah, whether he has dementia or not, that was the most, and I'm just speaking strictly from a debate standpoint, regardless of how I feel about either candidate. That was the most pathetic performance, not just in a presidential debate, not just in any debate in American politics, in any debate I've seen in my life.
It was awful.
And I used to teach it to college kids, some of whom were more terrified to stand up in front of a group of people and speak than anything else in the world. Because public speaking is a really big fear for some people. I held debate tournaments with students like that. And that was the poorest attempt at a debate I've ever seen in my life. I'm not embellishing. And it just shows that to be a politician, you can just, I mean, if you don't want to really go about it the long way, you can just be a blank suit and take the checks, and you can have a very long career while still being a very weak and at best mediocre person. And of course, you have to have no integrity, because if you had any, you wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. It is the most underwhelming thing. I mean, I have met more politicians in my life than I ever wanted to in 10 lifetimes. It is an underwhelming experience 95% of the time. Usually when I meet these people, I wouldn't want them to feed my cat when I'm on vacation, let alone vote for them ever under any circumstance. The fact that they are on lists of admired people is nothing short of criminal. I mean, there was that list that came out of the most admired people in the US. Half of the list, over half, was politicians and billionaires. There should have been 0 of each on that list. Absolutely 0.
We should go back, like you said, what the Greeks did. Pick someone who doesn't want to run.
Recruit them.
Right on,
you
Dave.
shouldn't be able. You just say, I want to run
Sounds
for
great.
office. That should disqualify you from ever doing it. Oh, you do? You're disqualified. You're fucking out. You don't get to.
Like Pete Buttigieg? Oh, we're going to need to shock therapy you. You're a psycho. We're going to lock you up and put you in Arkham Asylum. Ron, you just cut out.
Oh, I did?
Well, there we go.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe on my end. Who knows? Amanda, shave your knuckles with Justice Graham. What if I don't have hair on my knuckles? Well, get a knuckle toupee.
And then shave it.
And then shave it. John Coyne, boom. Tonight's debate was very educational. Can I vote for someone to drown me in a bathtub? Yes, John, you should have that option. You should be able to do that.
That's your right.
That's your right as an American, John. Micah Camp, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. We don't need to start the abstain movement.
We need to start the abstain movement.
Oh, sorry. We need to start the abstain movement if civil war breaks out. Not a D or R, and we don't support Biden or Trump. 100 million non-voters included. Yeah.
I wish we had a non-confidence vote.
Yeah.
I wish we had that. Where it's like, if there's a high enough non-confidence, they have to get different candidates. They have to scrap the whole thing.
When civil war breaks out, the 100 million people that don't vote should say, we will not vote for any Republican or any Democrat in any election anywhere. And we're only going to vote third party. Oh, I would love that. That's a good idea. EV Storm, what's up? Shave your knuckles for justice. Get ready for martial law in November.
I think there's a chance. Yeah, there's definitely a chance. They'll put us under martial law again.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, EV. It's coming. They're pushing it. This is part of the plan. This isn't like, oh, what do we do? As Whitney Webb said, their whole plan is to get us into a civil war, make sure the election is somehow in dispute to push the civil war. We won't know who the president is probably until January, if at all. And in that time, they're going to encourage, things to bust loose in the streets so they can clamp us down to martial law. That's what they want. Farkas Garvey, shave your knuckles for justice. If Biden massaged and stiffed my wife, I would say, come on, man. Also, why would
Fucking Jimmy Doors in the chat. Hey, Cinder.
Ugh, so bad.
Jimmy Doors in the chat.
Did you see how everybody was like all the Hillary?
Wow, he's on Steph's account,
where she was like calling out Trump for his tax bullshit.
Right.
And
Oh
everybody was
my
like,
God.
she knew it. She knew it. Yes, it's like, yes, you're right. You are right. Hillary Clinton sniffed it out that Donald Trump is a, wait for it, shady guy. Nobody ever would have cracked that code. Holy shit. She should have been a detective. She is a freaking genius. Who would have sniffed that out? Hillary Clinton did. That didn't get past her. She's a genius. Nobody ever would have concluded that Donald Trump, kind of a dick. No
Nobody
one
knew
ever
it.
would have
Kinda
figured that
a
out.
dick.
And the person who sniffed it out was one of his friends for years. Weird. That's so weird. They all hung out together with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. It's weird that she knew that. Such a weird thing. Matt S. Boom. Shaver Knuckles or Justice Matt. Speaking of big polluters in the world, China and India, we can go green in the USA, but if they don't, what's the point? Thanks. Well, that's a great point.
Well,
but here's
they're saying the same thing about us.
yes, they're saying
Cinder, I'll make sure to hook your mom up. If you order, I'll make sure to send extra with all kinds.
Green
All right?
initiatives than we have.
Yes.
They've done more than we have. Anyway, Graham.
No, that's a great point. And some specific statistics. In 2015, China, who has an awful smog problem, no two ways about it. I've been to Beijing, it's bad. And all throughout the country. I took high-speed rail from Beijing to Shanghai, about a 5-6 hour ride. And I saw smog through a lot of it in the countryside. But in 2015, they said overnight, and they like tripled their wind and solar panel production. And they went to $144 billion in production. We were at 40-some billion at that point when Obama was still in office. They doubled it. They tripled it. They have been spending money to get out. They see the money in green energy. And India, again, if we're the leader, they would follow. And that's another reason when I hear, oh, Green New Deal is going to cost trillions of dollars, I always say this dumb bullshit. No, we make this energy, we make this technology, we then help sell it and set it up in India and countries like that. We make it affordable. We lead. We're supposed to be the world's leaders. That's how this would happen. China is already realizing it.
Yeah.
They're hedging their bets. Yes, they still have oil. They buy it from Russia. They have pipelines. They created the petro yuan.
Jimmy Dore
Same thing. India
is
a
super
new
chatting
emerging
now.
economy, so they need
Fucking
oil
dude,
and
this is
fossil
so
fuels
awesome.
to generate this new kind of industrial economy they're having. But if we stepped in and went, here you go. Here's this new technology that can clean it up. You don't need no more fossil fuels. But India also, because of this is another thing I will add, Matt. India passed a law, no more gas cars by the year 2030 or 2035 or something like that. Look that up. I've done a video on it.
Oh,
So
I should.
India
I'm gonna
realizes
super.
this
I
problem and
should
is doing
super chat
something
Jimmy
about it.
Dore.
And if we were the world leader that we should be, rather than the world leader in bombing and lying and killing our own citizens, then we would lead the way.
See, and I have no confidence in us anymore. I just don't. I mean, I see Matt's point, like, and I think he's right on, but I'm hoping that China keeps going, and I'm hoping that other, like some of the European countries, they really start leading the way, like, because we're just not. We're not.
What do you think tonight? I mean, the way we've handled COVID, the way we've acted for the last 3 or 4 years, and I don't mean just Trump, but the fact that the Democrats have co-signed all of his bullshit. They blamed everything on Russia, and then tonight's debate, the rest of the world just went, okay, cool. So we're going to do our own Green New Deal, and we're going to start using crypto. I mean, Japan is creating their own crypto. All of our allies are lining up to bail because they see us going down.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing it with crypto. They're doing it with green energy. They're circumventing it. They're just like, America's going to go up for grabs. We got to get out of here because they're going to take us all down if we. And China, what has China been doing? Have they been building up their military? No.
He's
They've
got
been
my super
going into
chat up.
Africa, an emerging market.
Nate's
and
Garden
building ports and schools. And
on
railway
deck.
centers.
Nate's
And
Garden on
China
deck.
just wants to buy everything. They don't want to take over militarily.
makes up everything.
They just want to make money. And that's what they're doing. And they're spending also in Africa money on solar, money on wind. That's what they're doing. Because they see we could make the world's wind turbines and solar panels. We can do that. We make everything. That's what they're doing. And we're fighting over wearing masks or not.
Nice garden. I tweeted it at you. Happened a year ago. Both Ron and Graham. The ranked choice voting veto. Oh, okay. Yep. That's how dumb this country, or California is. I work in a cemetery. I deal with the inevitable all the time. Oh, thanks, Jeremy. Good to see you on the chat, brother.
Leaving Nate's Garden up
Smoke
on
Bites
deck.
okay,
What?
what's up? Get a couple more super chats in here.
I just rode by.
Did they skip? Did they skip?
You. I gotta bring my boy another
We
walkie-talkie.
have a friend in the chat.
Oh, Jimmy.
Steph Zamarata.
No, it's Jimmy.
What's up, Steph?
No, it's Jimmy. It's Jimmy.
Isn't it funny that the last two Dem presidential nominees were super pro-Iraq war? Jimmy.
It's Jimmy.
War's good for business, Jimmy. Come on, dude. Tell Jimmy and Brownie we said hello.
Yeah.
Oh. Steph, let's all do the show again. Let's do another. Well, come on, Jimmy show. We'll have Ron and I back on Jimmy show again.
Agreed.
With me. With me? With me too. Get me in there too, man. We can all talk about the triage oil.
Not saying. Does that even need to be said?
They all have
I say it
triage
every
oil.
day. Like I say, I mean, every time on my life, I'm like, I miss playing live so much.
I'm gonna super chat it.
Like, yeah,
I'm gonna super chat it for $100.
Like, yeah, but it just hurts
I'm
so
gonna
bad.
super chat that for $100.
So tough. 1,200 likes, folks. That's the most likes I think we've had on this show. Fantastic. Steph, much love. Tell everybody we said hello.
I'm gonna super chat that shit.
Humanity, what's up?
Humanity.
Biden refused
$100
inspection. Would they have found his Neuralink? There are no winners here. Free Assange now. No extradition. Journalism is not a crime. Let's talk about. So the way the New York Times acquired the Trump tax returns.
Mm-hmm.
If we're okay with the way they acquired those tax returns, then we should be totally okay with how WikiLeaks has acquired stuff and published that.
Of course. I mean, of course. And if WikiLeaks publishes stuff and the Guardian and the New York Times publishes it too, why is only one entity in trouble? And again, you know, and I think this goes without saying, but just to be clear here, I don't think any entity should be in trouble. I have no problem with how they acquired Trump's tax returns. I have no problem with the Guardian publishing what they published.
Dude, should I do it?
But there should be no problem with WikiLeaks doing it either. And the fact that what's going on with Julian Assange is happening is there's not a word in the English language for it. The word he uses is nonsense. That's putting it quite gently. Nonsense doesn't even begin to describe what this is.
Such a king.
$100, yeah. They won't mind for $100. They won't mind $100. He won't mind $100. Shave your knuckles. Shave your knuckles for justice. Shave your knuckles for justice.
That whole thing. Like,
shaving your knuckles for justice.
So then why isn't CNN locked up for? Unbelievable, man. Yes, free Julian Assange. Thank you, humanity.
Shaving your knuckles for justice.
Sage and Fool, what's up? Shave your knuckles for justice. Graham, why do you think gold, silver, and crypto is a financial safety if you believe MMT is valid? Also, if MMT works, why do people have to pay taxes at all? Why not just print for the people? Well, there's several questions in there. So first of all, MMT, yes, tax is theft. If you learn how MMT is, they don't need our tax money. It's basically just theft.
Well, if you read about the history of debt, too, they talk about how, like, when you really trace taxation back to what it really is, it was basically just to keep groups of people in line.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really what it was all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's why the rich never have paid a lot of taxes, but the poor and working class pay more. Percentage-wise. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Well, Jimmy's like, this is Jimmy. It's not Steph, it's Jimmy.
So why do you think gold is financial safety if you believe MMT is valid? Well, those are two. So
I can't wait for them to read my $100 super chat to Jimmy, man. Right in his face. While he's not doing his show, so I'm not bothering him.
The Federal Reserve can keep
fucking love it
and can pay for whatever it wants. So the how are we going to pay for it is a lie, right? This last CARES Act showed that. correct? $4.25 trillion was just given. Wasn't even taxpayer money. It was just printed up by the Federal Reserve and given to Wall Street, which means they could give us whatever we wanted, right? That's what that means. So crypto, gold, and silver, but they're also printing up a lot of money. They're just printing their way out of this, and bombing and not spending money on its citizens. So when the evictions go high and when the markets crash, which they're going to do, and they're predicting that there's a 90-year market crash cycle. So when the stock market crashed in 1929, the effects of the Great Depression weren't really felt till about 1932. So there was a couple years of this kind of slow, and then it really, really got bad. So we haven't even, the market's really crashed hard in March when they shut everything down, but now they're, the stock market's doing great. So there's a big market crash coming. When that happens,
What happened here?
the banks, traditional banking, they're not going to have enough money because they have loaned out way more money than they actually have in their banks. What banks do is, let's say they have $100 million in actual cash deposits that people put in the bank. Well, they lend out, if they're smart, they just do it 2 to 3 to 1. What they did before the last financial crisis and what they're doing this one is like 10 to 1, 15 to 1. So these markets are going to crash. The banks aren't going to have cash. And so if you got $10,000 in your bank account,
Damon, you're watching me super chat?
Or you can only pull out $500.
Right on, Damon. So welcome to the show, brother. Do you smoke? Do you smoke, Damon? You want to see my garden?
Is what I'm noticing.
Social. Hey, there's someone new here, man. Someone came in from Graham Elwood's show. Fucking love it.
If the dollar is worth nothing, because America has collapsed and the dollar is not worth anything, and we're talking about countries betting against this, then you're going to need a backup, which all of these other financial experts, people that know a lot more than I do, and now even people who several years ago were like, Bitcoin's nonsense, it's just hacking nerds, tech nerds online. Now some of those experts are like, no, we're investing in Bitcoin. So when I see big traditional investment firms start to invest in crypto and gold and silver, I go, well, I want to hedge my bets. I'm not putting all of my money into crypto, but I'm putting some of it into it for sure. So.
Yeah, and I would say that it's sort of like basically you're looking at where we're at now with where we should be going in the future. Like they're two different things, MMT versus, gold, silver, and crypto. And then to answer that second part, because, I think you nailed the first part completely. If MMT works, why do people have to pay taxes at all? Why not just print for the people? Well, because we're not doing MMT yet. I mean, that's the thing. We're not doing it right now. So if we start doing it,
hold on, we're doing it for banks, for Wall Street,
and for war. So
there's a live shot of my plants right there.
1%. But as far as for anything to help the people, well, we're not doing that. So if we start doing it, then we can maybe explore why do we really need to pay taxes all. But until then, people need to pay.
Oh, you smoke? Oh, cool, brother, right on.
Who are paying?
Yeah, I'll smoke for you. Bottom of the hour. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all.
Went to
Damon Faulkner. This is for you, brother. Cheers.
Mm-hmm. No one would be behind on rent. So there would be no rent strikes because the rent,
and you don't got a super chat to get me to read your stuff. I read everybody's.
Renters who are like, I can't afford
Damon
rent.
Sure does smoke.
Eviction, and like small business property owners, not the big mega corporations, but like I know plenty of people who this is one of the things they did with some investment money. They bought a little rental property, a house or a 2-bedroom, a 2-bedroom condo, and they rent it out. Well, now their tenants don't have money to pay bills, so now everyone's jammed up. Everyone's scared. What if that 4.25 trillion went actually into the economy, not into Wall Street? That's how MMT would be doing what you're talking about, and that would have printed that money for the people, and that would potentially get us through this. But they're not. Great question. Great discussion. All right. A couple more super chats, then we'll wrap this up. Gil James Bevell. What's up, brother? You're making Gotham great again. I think enough has been done by 45 to the country to bring enough voters out of the woodwork for a landslide. Elwood Pacone, 2024. Done. Cats and surfing.
Cats and surf. How could that lose? Cats and surf. I mean, that's just a whole lot of awesome.
That's it. That's the whole. We pick up every vote that way. Cats and surfing.
I did a college today, and during the Q&A, it was virtual, but I did a virtual college today. They demanded to see the cat during the Q&A. They're like, "Can we see your cat?" I was like, "All right." And then there was one Lucy and Ron fan there, so it was cool.
Good. Steph Zamorano, what's up, Steph? Shave your knuckles for justice. Shave Brownie's paws for justice. I like when Graham says crypto. I can't be alone on this. Jimmy.
She's signing it, Jimmy. I bet it's her.
It's her.
It's just Steph.
No, it's Jimmy.
It's
Jimmy.
She's acting alone.
It's Jimmy.
Yeah, she's the lone.
It's not Steph.
Steph is the lone.
Jimmy said it's just me.
Let's make sure I got all of these. Matt asks, good to see the high viewer number still. Jonesing to see you all live again. Oh.
Have we mentioned we miss performing live? Have I mentioned it yet today?
Has that come up?
I don't think that's come up.
I don't know.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, there's a couple that I missed. Hold on. John Coyne, Graham, the commies are trying to take us over. Thank you, John. John Coyne again. Boom. Shave your knuckles for justice. Rob Lacone is obviously double agent from Russia. Come on, Jack. I know. These are all.
I do have evidence of this.
Ugh. He's
I don't
drinking
believe
vodka and
Yep.
definitely,
I knew it.
definitely could be a
The
Russian.
Nays Garden one.
Nays Garden.
Nays Garden. Thank you so much.
Alone.
He did $100 one. Graham, Ron, Jimmy, and Steph all use triage oil, and Jimmy needs to use it in his mouth or in his jaw. Hope you're loving it, Jimmy. No, I've used triage oil. I love it. It works.
I use it on my neck all the time.
It works, dude. It does so many great things. I could actually use another bin, Nays.
Triage oil uses you.
I could use another bin,
It
Nay.
goes straight to your brain. And then you feel no pain no more.
Oh,
That's right, we're working together.
and
Okay, yes.
Vladimir is working
go
on
to
another one.
TriageOil.com, buy some triage oil, and watch Nays Garden show. All of us have been on it. He's a huge supporter of this show. He's a big lefty. Obviously cannabis guy, but this triage oil, man.
He grows a lot of plants, that Nay. Many plants Nay grows.
I mean, they're probably Russian. It's probably Russian.
They're
triage.
probably Russian plants. They're
Yeah.
Moscow plants, but he grows them.
I bet you Susan Sarandon uses triage oil. If you know what I mean.
She lives there. She lives with plants.
Red Economics said we're just now able to buy CBD products in West Virginia. It was such a trip going to California and walking into a store and legally buying weed. Yeah, everybody who comes here loves that.
It is kind of cool.
It's kind of cool. I don't even smoke weed, but it's kind of cool.
But you're like, well, I can. That's neat.
When it became legal, I actually went and bought some CBD oil to rub on like sore muscles.
Yeah, I mean, it works great.
It's great stuff.
My mom and all of her sisters were visiting from Pennsylvania. This is before the world shut down, and I got a little disposable vape for them, and just gave it to them, like for the four of them. I just gave them one, and they were just
totally talking about
I gave it to them
cannabis.
like
I
in a
love it.
public place in a restaurant. They're like, "Oh my god!" And I'm just like, it's Southern California. What do you think the server's doing right now? Enjoy it. Like,
Bethany on, what's up, Bethany? Shaving knuckles for justice. Tax is for redistribution, avoiding inflation, and to create demand for the currency. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that, Bethany. That's something we all needed to know. Christopher Dobby, shave your knuckles for justice, Christopher. You're making gossip great again. They create money when they extend a loan by double entry bookkeeping. You should hear why bonds are issued by government. That's interesting. Thank you so much for that, Christopher. I'm trying to get get more knowledgeable about all this stuff. Either way, people are going to buy their weed. The states might as well legalize it and get a cut of the profits. I know, man. Look what Colorado's doing.
No law regarding.
they have
They
Don't
have,
take
like, their own banks around.
don't
and
tax
shit at this point in
growers.
Colorado. And like they do really well.
Don't tax
Dude,
the
the
plant.
real estate market went up in Colorado because they couldn't. You can't use federal banks, right? Because the banks are federal, so they've had to create their own banks like that. But then they bought a bunch of real estate. They put all their money in real estate. They've got more money for the homeless. They got more money for schools in Colorado.
You know,
from
cannabis
what I
should be
understand,
legal
because
for
they got all
merits on its own,
their tourism,
not for
obviously
what
through COVID,
people
but
can
the
get
tourism
out of
industry
it.
went through the
I'm
roof. They
gonna
were
I'm gonna
wild.
go ahead and super chat
All
that.
these conservatives like, oh, weed is the devil's business. We're like,
No,
it's okay,
man.
the money rolls in.
Cannabis
John Boehner.
should
Yeah, John
be
Boehner.
available to
Backyard
all
politics. Watch
for
that show.
merits on its own, not
let's see
for
if
the
there's
money
Annabelle Corley.
people
What's up,
can
Annabelle? Shave your knuckles
make
down
on
me.
it
Missed the
through
debate. Was at the dentist, which
taxes.
was more painful.
my
The debate
crappy
was more
opinion.
painful than what happened at the dentist. I hate to say it, but I hope you feel better. Rest up.
Yeah, rest up.
Oh, was it socialist dentist? All that socialism healthcare you guys got in Australia, forcing you to go to the dentist. Chimchurri, hi, and hi to you, Chimchurri.
Hello.
Hell yeah,
How
no
are
law
you
regarding cannabis.
doing, Chimchurri. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of the super chats. Bethany Hunt. All right. Dude, 1,274 likes. This is our best live show ever. How
Hell yeah.
about it?
Hell yeah, how about it?
How about that? Thank you all so much for joining the show. And again, if you're new to the show, please hit the subscribe button. And I go live all the time. Ron's on the show all the time. So hit the like and subscribe button. Share the videos out. Again, you can support me. And speaking of crypto, in my show notes I have a Bitcoin wallet, a Bitcoin Cash wallet, and an Ethereum wallet.
Paul.
So you can donate to the show
Esau.
using crypto.
No,
if you go to
don't tax it.
grandella.com, I have a PayPal button. I even have a PO box if you prefer sending me traditional like checks or whatever. And the PO box address is different. There's a new one. Just check my website, grandella.com. And then there's rockfin.com. We are streaming live on Rockfin. Hello, everybody on the Rockfin. Robin Gibson, Nikki Six, Independent Left News, Carolyn Clacy, boom, 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 boom. Rockfin is a blockchain cryptocurrency platform, so please check that out. Let me make sure I get the rest of the super chat.
Super chat for me.
Annabelle was at the debate. We've done that one. All right.
Super chat for me.
Girly Gamer 86, you skipped mine. Don't worry, I'll get to it, Girly Gamer, and thank you for supporting the show. Good to see you here. Name's Garden. What's up, brother? Go. Cannabis should be available for all for merits on its own, not for the money people can make on it through taxes. My crappy opinion. No, I agree with that. I agree cannabis should be legal because it's very beneficial. I'm just saying to the old school, oh, it's gateway drug conservatives or whatever. I'm like, and there's to the states, there's money to be
Yeah, it's speaking their language.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
Yeah,
of
Saying,
no.
hey, there's no reason.
We need to discuss. We need to have a
funds, which is all the capitalists care about.
right.
We should talk.
Amanda, quit talking about it. All we can get is CBD sleep tonic. You're just rubbing it in. I'm sorry, Amanda. I'm not trying to make things more difficult.
We
for
should
you.
talk. I should talk to them. We should have a discussion about cannabis and about why I say there should be no taxation.
That's what the people.
There's money to be made. Listen to these anti-capitalists. There's money to be made. Watch this. Watch these.
Watch your weeds. That's just you're using the weeds
Listen
again.
to these
anti-capitalists.
There's money to be made off of cannabis.
Ron, if you use the weeds, I can drive after the gig.
Capital. I'm spelling capitalist.
I hope I didn't.
Capital.
So many people, it was like flying through the super chats.
Capital.
Oh, did I miss you, Girly Gamer? Oh, naughty vegan, I missed you. Thank you so much, brother. My candidate,
Capitalist. There's money to be made
here
off
one day
cannabis.
before the election. Wish me luck.
Nate's garden again. Hey, Steph, come to the garden, girl. Right on.
Five.
Steph Zamorano. Has Ron ever tried to dunk his microphone? Serious question.
No, it's attached to this thing. The pole's too long. I'm not tall enough. I can't. Yeah.
David Bond, focus going forward must be on how to.
They said, listen to these anti-capitalists. Listen to these anti-capitalists. There's money to be made off of cannabis. Oh, it's gonna sting.
This is Jimmy. What's up, Jimmy? Come on, Jimmy. Why can't you still? Why can't
That's what I believe is actually him. I think that's the only one, though. It's like the only one that's been him.
It's Jimmy.
Stop mansplaining through her Twitter, her
profile. He doesn't want to use the Jimmy Dore Show account.
Girly Gamer 86. Where you are, sweetie? I wouldn't miss you. If you aren't taught how to
he's sneaking around the internet on somebody else's.
To get taught by a company. If you live outside a major city, your public transit options are trash. The U.S. hates poor people. Great point. Man, is that a great point. Man, that's a great point. Thank you, Girly Gamer, for bringing that up.
Wait, you have to take driver's ed in certain parts of the U.S.?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's not if it's not taught in school.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's no transportation options out there, so what do you do?
Right. I didn't know. I don't think that was the case in where I grew up in Pennsylvania. I don't think that's the case there.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Zap Strong, Shaver Knuckles for Justice. Do you think it's possible our democratic process works and our culture is so sick that these candidates represent the majority? Who influences who?
No.
They're the puppets of they're the puppets of the oligarchs, those two idiots you saw on TV tonight.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's too many just red flags to indicate that that's not the case. Be it exit polling, be it just abnormalities in our voting system, the way they purge voter rolls constantly. I mean, no, it's not. I mean, they're cheating us. There is election fraud every single time there is an election. And it's the Democrats who do it the most during a primary and the Republicans who do it the most during a general. Why? Because that's the best way to uphold the status quo. So, yeah, I'm not trying to say that the populace is totally blameless here. I mean, there is some, accountability on the general person. And I think we don't always meet those bars as a society necessarily. But no, I mean, it's by design that we're given this, banana republic of a democracy.
Yep. Amanda, you missed a lot of them again. What if I have no hair on my knuckles? I'm so sorry. I've missed some of these. Gray Walker joined third party. I want to shout out for electric assisted trikes. Boom. Ron, this is from Redneck Economics. Thank you, Redneck.
What up?
Stevie, how you doing? Ron, when are you going to have Immortal Technique on? They'd be perfect fit for Music Monday. Oh boy.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I will look into that. Yeah, that sounds fun. I will definitely have to look into that and see if they want to do the show. Speaking of music,
band. This is a band I've never heard of.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar. I mean, but Redneck Economics has recommended them to me in the past, so I gotta look into it. Okay. Did you listen to any of that music I recommended?
I doubt it.
I haven't watched any of the movies. It was a busy weekend, and I know you had a lot going on. So
this week, it's all right.
We had a show.
We did a show. What happened to me? All right, I lost you again.
I'm here. Did your earpiece fuck up or something?
I don't know what's going on with this goddamn thing. All right, I gotta. I'm getting hungry. Let me bang through these. Bethany Hunt, USA does way more eco damage than China or India. Thank you so much. That's in reference to Matt S.'s question. Okay, I think we got the ones.
Get me.
That we missed.
Get me about cannabis.
More.
There's more. There's more. There's more. There's more. There's more. There's always more.
Just a couple of jackass ones in here.
a couple of. Oh, all right. There's a couple I missed. Hold on.
Aren't they? Aren't they sitting next to each other?
Annabelle Corley, socialist dentistry doesn't cost enough.
I want to pay more.
Yeah. Steph Zamorano. Shave your knuckles for justice. Did Graham just say kangaroo court because Julian Assange is Australian? This is Jimmy. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay, then I got all of these. You skipped me. Okay. This is the one thing I wish StreamYard would fix, but otherwise I really love the platform. Nay's Garden, listen to all these anti-capitalists. There's money to be made off cannabis, LOL. Here's what I think. If legalizing cannabis on a federal level and the tax revenue from it on a local level, because local taxes don't have MMT. Local governments, as I've talked about before, they can't just create currency the way the Federal Reserve does. So if state, county, and municipal governments, through the legalization of weed and tax, like, so they sell tax in weed like in Santa Monica. So Santa Monica gets a little piece of tax, LA County gets a little piece of tax, and then the state of California gets some tax. If that tax money can pay for more social programs and get people off the streets and housing for everybody and end homelessness and have better schools, then I'm all for it, Nays.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, hey, it's just one of those things. If bringing up the economic incentives gets more people on board and we get, cannabis legalized at the federal level, or it gets municipal broadband across the country, hey, I'm willing to speak their language.
They don't love cannabis like we do. They don't respect it like we do.
Because this is the thing.
I'll speak their language if I have to.
The handful of the hippie leftists, we're already down with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't
need to win us.
You don't need to win us. You gotta convert them. Sage and fool, shave your knuckles for Justice Grant.
Dude,
you believe the U.S. is doomed?
You don't understand. We need to talk.
Believe me, I have been.
I do need to win them. They totally.
Mike Maloney and Lynn Alden interviews. Okay, and this is for everybody. I hope I'm wrong, but it's gonna be nuts. The Civil War is already starting, and it's scary. And I don't want it to get worse, and I want to be wrong. I want things to get ironed out, but have a backup plan. Have some backup plans. I already have some of them in place. So be ready. Be kind, try your best, and dismantle the establishment. You got that right, Red Economics. What's up? Gamer 86.
Check this out.
Boom. Southern California high school cut drivers.
I make them free oil, all of them, and I ship it out to them all for free.
I did, but
right? If the government was taxing me on all that, I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to afford that.
What's up?
If I was paying taxes on all this shit, and it was going to somebody's fucking kid at some school, spreading COVID somewhere.
All right.
I wouldn't do that shit.
I'm down with that.
They don't even know.
Fan sent me a song.
They got to get me on the show, man.
Some band. In Western Australia, I forget the name of it, and it's like, we don't want to be like the USA.
I like it already.
It's fantastic.
That's an awesome song.
It's an awesome.
I already love that song.
Awesome song.
I mean, would you rather get free oil right from a grower, or would you rather have to go to a store and buy it? And have a lower quality, some bullshit.
Marco Gonzalez, Shaving Knuckles for Justice. Anti-war movies Graham and Ron like together. Mine, Born on the 4th of July. Well, I'm going to name some movies that I don't know if Ron's seen, but The Deer Hunter?
Yeah, it's on my list. I have the list right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, The Deer Hunter is there. Court Jester, The Gray Fox, Dr. Strangelove. 3 Days on the Condor.
No.
What? What?
I am
3 days of the
I am
Condor.
fucking with
Alright,
these
up the
guys.
Condor.
Giving them $5 super
Yeah,
chats
now
and
you
just
sound like me
fucking
when I
keeping
talk
them
about
going,
weed.
just stringing them along. Talking
Deer
about
hunting,
cannabis. We've been talking about cannabis for fucking like an hour.
Dr. Strangelove's appointment book. And
Dr. Strangelover Weeds. I need to see that one. Where can I get that at Blockbuster?
Dr. Strangelove Marijuana Cigarette Emporium. Yeah, those are my favorite anti-war movies. Are Deer Hunter, 3 Days of the Condor. Born on the 4th of July is a really good anti-war movie. Ron Kovic story. Alan Flynn, Winter is Coming. Yes, it is.
Coming.
Yes, it is.
It's gonna be cold.
Crafty Geek, what's up, brother? Also a Patreon supporter. You can support me like Crafty Geek does if you go to patreon.com/Graham Elwood. Why were crypto metals a better hedge than battery, solar, EV, e.g. Tesla? Well, that's a good thing. I mean, I think too, if I had like a lot of money to invest, I would definitely be putting some in green and battery. I mean, it's not a bad bet to put it
kind of a little bit. It's kind of a little bit apples and oranges, a little bit, isn't it? Because it's like one's its own, like kind of an alternative to currency. The other is like an investment of currency into an industry.
Into an industry, yeah.
So I don't think they're necessarily in competition.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. You could invest your crypto into some of these industries. I could almost wager, you know.
Yeah.
Like I want crypto to like everyone to start using it just to stick it to the central banks. Nate's Garden. Do agencies that have been lying about cannabis all along deserve the funds from it? Oh, interesting question.
Yes, forgive and forget.
Again,
Don't worry about it. It was in the past.
I love Ron. He's so funny.
If society ultimately benefits, then I'm fine with the end result. If the end result is there's more tax revenue to take care of all these societal problems,
Get it from
then
the
I am actually
cannabis.
okay with it. But you bring up a great point, Nace Garden.
Watch
which
this.
is-
I
I
say,
want to see the pharmaceutical.
I say, if I have to pay taxes, I can't send you guys free oil anymore. Watch this.
No one wants to see that, especially
Watch
since, yeah,
that.
they've demonized it for like 100 years.
Watch this.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I would.
but
to
it's
see-
like, I mean, hell, man, if it's, I would also love to see a bunch of low-level drug offenders out of prison.
That's.
I'd also love to see lives not get ruined for having a plant on them. You know, I'd also love to see all that. And, you know, if that
Right.
means evil, corrupt people who are already rich continue to be rich, well, that sucks. But, you know,
Yeah.
still
If
rather
all
see it
these,
legalized.
if all these 3 strikes you're out, offenders, like people
Right.
who are in prison right now got out, and their lives got restored, and Merck Pharmaceuticals made some money, I'd be okay with that if it made a lot of other people's lives better.
Yeah.
And if we had more public banks, then we could have more public weed, more grow your own.
If
stores
they
and all
taxed
that
me on my
stuff.
cannabis, there's no way I
Still be
wouldn't be
competing
doing
with
it.
Big companies,
I
but
wouldn't fucking do it. You
then,
know?
like, if it was, here's another thing too. That I'll throw out there, Nays, is if it's decriminalized on a federal level, then you can sell it online. Right now, that's a crime. That's a federal crime. If
No
you
law.
sell it in the- you can't
How
mail
about
it,
how about no law regarding
it's-
cannabis?
you know, across state lines? It brings up all those things. So I see your point. It's a great point, though. Obviously, you've done a lot of research on this, way more than we have. But you're asking.
Honestly, you must think about this stuff sometimes.
Yeah, I get the feeling like maybe you've talked or discussed about weed once or
You
twice.
might talk about cannabis sometimes.
Have you ever discussed cannabis before? Do you discuss it 5 days a week?
I love these guys.
Melicabadosia.
I could have a heart attack right now. It's like they're just entertaining me personally,
Me
man.
like videos.
My
yeah.
own personal fucking
We're all
comedians.
closet babies.
My comedy team making me laugh.
Annabelle Corley, what's up? Ron, Adelaide is waiting for you. They will never forget you.
Yes, Toastergate, never forget. Thank you.
Yeah, never
We can't wait to
forget
come back.
Never forget
Back.
toaster.
Adelaide. So much fun.
That's one of the reasons I want to go back to Australia. There's just a lot of unanswered questions about a toaster setting itself on fire.
Right on,
Well,
Johnny. Right on, Johnny.
I feel like bringing this up.
They just made me laugh so hard.
It's a lot of weird things that happened that day that we just aren't answered.
My official story has not changed. It has been consistent. I
Right?
was eating an orange, and the toaster had a mind of its own. The toaster.
Toasters think for themselves now. Great.
Well, the toaster was. I think the toaster was messing with one of my blogs from 2008, and then just burnt the toast, and then the rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
A lot of questions about that, right? That just seems convenient to me.
Oh
I'm
my
at yoga
God. I
and
think
all
I'm
these
gonna have.
weird
I think I
occurrences
am gonna have a
happen.
heart attack.
I just think it's weird to me. That's all.
I'm gonna take my blood pressure.
down.
That's all. I walk over. Your mate's setting our flat on fire. I was like, what?
I don't know if I
Maybe
took my
talk to
blood
you, you
pressure
might
pills
pack up
today.
and get back to the States and stop.
They didn't say that. They didn't say that. They drove us to the airport.
They were the sweetest people.
They
in
were
the
the
world.
sweetest people.
They apologized for you.
They did apologize for me.
They were like, oh, it's no big deal. I'm like, you did what?
They apologized for the toast. Sorry about that toaster. Like, it wasn't the toaster's fault, but thanks for breakfast. You guys are so kind. I don't deserve this.
They made him breakfast, took us to the airport.
They're like, we don't want you to try again.
I think the airport, they're not looking back, is kind of like, they were like, we got to get these fucking American idiots out of here. Like, these guys are bad news. Like, give them to the airport. I don't know what they're going to do in the cab. You know, like, I think that's like, we'll get you
They
there.
might burn down the cab.
Like, the sooner we get them out of here, the better. We'll get you there early, mate. Make you breakfast. Like, get out. You know, get the fuck out, I think is what they were saying.
They'll be starting fires somewhere else.
Go start your fires in Path, mate. We don't need you here. I think is what they said. My awful Australian accent. Annabelle Corley. Boom. Speaking of lovely, nice Australians, my job next year, sending boats to America to rescue most people on this chat. Graham, get in
A
line.
little high.
Deal. Send them.
My blood pressure check.
If I could,
Fantastic idea.
if I won the lottery, I would literally like buy a giant yacht for just
Hi.
like, okay, get out. Everybody's out.
High blood pressure.
We're all going surfing.
They're giving me a heart
Sage and
attack.
Pool, Quadrophenia. Ooh,
Great movie.
Great movie. It's a music movie. That's why Ron's seen it.
I can feel it.
It's true.
EV Store.
Can't even argue that.
The conscious resistance is organizing. peaceful
Watch me
freedom
win
cells
them
to help
over
people
with the
get
next
ready
thing
for
I
the
say.
upcoming unrest. Oh,
Watch
wow.
me
That's
win
cool.
them over. Watch this.
Yep.
Super
We're gonna
chat.
have to really, when it
Nays
goes off
Garden,
the rails,
super
we're gonna
chat.
have to work together. We're gonna have to protect each other. We have to be ready for that. Permaculture, grow your own food. That's what we got to do. Nays Garden, boom. Thank you for supporting the show, dude. Really appreciate it. And please watch. You want to learn about cannabis? I wouldn't recommend watching this show. I would go to Nays Garden.
If you want to learn about the weeds, you got to watch Nay's Garden.
Okay, here's a fantastic statement. If growers like me have to pay taxes, I wouldn't be able to send you guys what I do. Oh, well, that's a valid point. I think there's a way. I think the taxes shouldn't be sent to the grower. I think it should be just the sales tax to the consumer,
It's terrible.
like anybody, right? I mean,
No.
You make a
No.
wholesale product,
No.
and the
No,
reseller
get your
puts the
taxes
sales
from
tax on.
war.
So that's how the state
Get
makes
your taxes from
the
war,
money
not
is
from
in the
cannabis.
sales tax of weed.
Well, yeah, and if you have more players involved, I wouldn't want to see those burdens be passed to independent growers. I would want to see those burdens be placed on any type of.
I wouldn't
big
either, but
business
that's not the way it
growers.
works.
Right.
Well, I'd rather
Sadly,
not see it all. I'd rather not see them involved. But if they are,
did you guys like the
I would
debate?
want to see them
Yeah,
be taxed.
it was fun. We had
Yeah.
a good time.
And
You
that's
know.
here's the thing I'll say, Nays, is, and this is a valid. You're bringing up a very valid point, but this is why, this is what like a good democracy is. It's like, let's legalize marijuana, and then you and growers such as yourself go, well, wait, hey, it's going to put us out of business. If we're hit a big tax, and we say, well, no, we'll just make it a sales tax, and maybe put a little extra on it, like you do for alcohol or weed.
You tax
But again,
it.
goes to the consumer.
Watch this. Watch
That
this.
doesn't go to the grower.
You tax it,
That's what I would say.
then I can't grow it.
But I appreciate that point. You make great points, dude. Manuel Arejo, shaving knuckles for justice. Can you update on the draft Jesse movement? I think they're, I'm an elector in California. They're trying to get him on a bunch of
Here we go.
state
Send another
ballots.
super chat.
Jesse hasn't really come forward and said he wants to run. I knew it was a long shot to begin with.
I'm sending him $10.
But he's the Green Party candidate in Colorado, or not Colorado, in Alaska. So if you live in Alaska, vote for Jesse. If you can write him in your state, write him in.
I said, you tax it, then people can't grow it at home.
How about no law regarding cannabis? Oh, interesting.
No law regarding cannabis. No
What
law.
was that?
That was
my fan.
that was lightning saying no law regarding cannabis.
Garvey, was Biden hopped up on something? He seemed sharp. I think you're right, Farkas.
They give him. Yeah, they got to give him something. I mean, I don't know if it's
No law regarding cannabis.
some kind of like pep pill or ginseng or who knows. But
How about it? How about it, Graham?
I mean, he seemed sharp by his standards, but he wasn't.
NLRC.
Right. That's
I mean, he did a terrible job. He didn't seem completely asleep at any point. I guess it was a win. But
he didn't forget where he was. I don't know.
yeah, there you go. Baby steps.
Sage and Fool, Ron, did you ever watch Fantastic Planet? Hi?
Huh.
Oh.
No,
Hi.
I've not.
We're little kids.
I've not. I got to do that.
Someone's asking if Ron would like some toast.
Always.
I'm going to say no on that.
The grower is
else
still
makes it, I'm
responsible for
Okay.
tax
Well, there we
on
go.
his
It's
profits.
Made somewhere else.
I'm not making any profits.
Nays Garden, Shaving Knuckles for Justice, dude. Thanks for supporting the show. You tax it, then people can't grow it at home. How does that work? Wait a minute.
Right?
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Right?
I don't get that either.
Why would that?
Nope.
How would taxing it get in the way of people growing it at home?
Well, I mean,
Because
they would have to make a separate law against independent growers. Like they would have to.
no.
Which right now, I mean, there's
Corporations
already
would
laws in
take
place about,
over.
how many plants you can have. And stuff like that.
Corporations will take
So how would
over.
how would they be able to come down on independent? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they would find a way, but I don't.
No fucking way, Ronnie.
But if you're just saying like I'm a guy who just wants to grow some weed at home and smoke it myself and not sell it,
Yep, like me. Right.
that should be allowed. Again, you're talking about.
But I won't
each
be
state
allowed.
can
You wanna
make these
tax
things
it,
very particular. What
you're gonna
saying is
fucking-
just
I'm gonna
decriminalize
become a
it, so you
criminal.
can just do whatever you want with weed.
If I'm not a
So
fucking,
it's not everyone wants to grow it. People just want to buy it.
I know 23
Smoke it.
people who want to
Yeah, I'm
grow
more
it.
of a buyer myself.
Yeah.
I don't grow any.
You guys, where do you think it comes from?
So I don't know that you tax it,
It-
and people
it-
can't grow it at home. I don't know. I
You
don't
think
know
it
what the
grows
basis
by
of that
itself
is.
on its own?
Unless you're like some states that have legalized recreational weed already say that.
I am pro growing it at home.
Yeah.
Do you want to
I
be
am
able to
for
grow
that,
your own
so-
tomatoes and not get taxed for it?
Someone wrote, I like a bomb.
There you go.
Dude, I got these guys
Really
talking
nice, yeah.
about cannabis tonight. I love it.
I'd be okay with taxing the sale of it, but giving it should be okay. Yeah, I agree with that. That's good.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm actually very pro that. I am pro giving people cannabis.
Mm.
I'm
Okay.
pro giving people cannabis.
Yeah, you should be able to just give some away to people, man.
You involve the government. Try to give tobacco.
The
Can you
grower
give
is
tobacco
still
away?
responsible for tax on his profits. Well, I would need to know. Again, we're talking about these are each state has different laws. So I would really want to know which state. What are you talking? Are you talking about California? Are you talking about Colorado? Are you talking about Oregon? You're talking which state? Which state laws are you talking about? Because every state's different, just like snowflakes. We're all different states. Okay, I'm like
We're
my
all
goal-
special.
We're all, you're all special. All right. I think I got everybody. I want to make sure because I am hungry and my voice is fading. And again, and all the crypto talk, I really appreciate all the crypto questions. I was new to it too. I didn't understand it. So get more knowledgeable. First thing I will say, get more knowledgeable. I'm not some crypto expert who's saying you should do this or you should do that. I'm putting more money into crypto because the more I'm learning about it and hearing that the economy is going to collapse, I want to have a backup plan. If my bank says, "Oh, your money's no good," or the dollar's worth nothing, I want to have a little backup plan personally. But learn more about crypto yourself. All right, 1,363 likes. Fantastic. All right, I want to make sure. I think I got all of them. I want to just scroll through. I think we got all of them. Yep. Yeah, we got all these. Oh wait, Cool Blue 71. I missed this one. I'm Bellwether, Michigan. Received general election ballot. Listed for POTUS. Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, U.S. taxpayers, Green, Natural Law, no socialists. Ooh.
J9 Campbell, what's up? Cosmic Rider, what's up? Amanda, what's up? Hey, everybody, welcome.
The best interview I've seen this year is from your recommendation.
No. I don't want to tell people that's a podcast. That's it's a podcast.
I heard it too, Ron. You got that one.
No, I mean, I could say come by after they're done and stuff, but I can't super chat and say, hey, I'm live, blah, blah, blah. Unless I was saying, hey, man, I'm simulcasting you to, 80 different people. That's when I would say something like that.
I don't think I missed anybody.
See, I don't want to impose. But Amanda, I'm so glad that you're here. I've got so much to teach you. Okay. I've got so many things to teach you.
Progressive, what's up, Progressive? Thank you for supporting the show.
I love how he treats everyone so like they're all
home brewing. I see. Going back to that.
I love how excited he gets for people.
A certain amount, then you're considered a grower, and they come in and tax you or whatever. So, plenty of people grow tobacco and run stills for alcohol.
That's me. That's me talking.
Yeah. But how many of them are like jail? The way they go after pod people is brutal, and it's mainly the way they, especially going after like people of color, to jam them up with the drug possession.
You guys were gonna have fun.
6 mature plants and 6 seedlings in Oklahoma. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Good to know that.
Well, the cool thing too is like if you ever, one of the things that would happen across the country, like when, or in the states where, there were laws like you could grow some.
This is my grow right here.
A lot of the times, like when cops would raid somebody, they would immediately just destroy everything because they like to do that because they're like, we're cops and there's something we can destroy. And that ended up, if you got the right attorney, that would save your ass because all of a sudden they just tampered with evidence. Mm. So they can't claim you had the plants that they said you had. They can't really prove that because they just destroyed so much shit, and so much shit is just in tatters, so they would have to throw the case out.
Here's another great point from Red Economics. Politicians don't legalize cannabis here, she lives in West Virginia, because they want to force people into buying their drugs from their pharmaceutical
Why did Goathead get banned?
Instead of smoking something naturally from their backyard.
That's
the big thing right there. It's like,
for racist terminology, for using racist terminology. Oh wait, no, Goathead didn't get banned. I don't think I banned Goathead.
Okay.
Right?
We can't allow another debate or election like this. Oh, God.
Maybe Goathead did say something fucked up. I don't know. Why don't you tell me, Goathead? Yo, Goathead, why don't you tell me, motherfucker?
All right, everybody. Ron, thank you for being on the show.
Yep.
Ron, we love you.
And I'll let everyone know you can check me out on YouTube at youtube.com/Ron Placone. I have a Patreon over at patreon.com/Ron Placone where I'll make you your own theme song. That's one of my patron perks. And ronplacone.com for all else, at Ron Placone on Twitter.
Thanks, guys. This is a 2.5-hour post-train wreck debate live discussion, which I love. I love all your questions. I love having even these debates are fantastic. This is really, quite honestly, the best live stream I've ever done. 1,382 likes, almost 1,400. Hit the subscribe button. This was really cool.
Yeah. Amanda, was it hard to find my channel? Was I broadcasting for the same channel I was chatting from?
This is so cool. I love this discussion. I love this community. Stay safe out there. work together, help each other out, know your neighbors, agree, be okay with agreeing to disagree, peaceful nonviolent resistance, find ways to save the planet and to save your community.
How much
My
money do
name
you
is
have in
Goldhead.
your
Let's
bank
rock the
account?
code. Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. And
Hey,
remember,
Goathead, there you are.
make Gotham great again and shave your knuckles for justice.
All right. Shave your knuckles for justice. He ended it. Okay, there we go. All right. How much money do I have in my bank account? You know that what's funny about that? So I hope it was the same channel. Oh, different channel. So people aren't going to be able to find me. Yeah, I got to find one of my channels that's live right now. Oh shit, I just hit the wrong button. Oh, dude, it's going to kick me out because he ended it. Oh no, I'm still in it. Cool. But wait, I got to switch channels and it's going to kick me out probably when I do this. If I broadcast to this channel, maybe this one? Yeah, this one. Nah. This channel. Let me just try. Maybe that channel? Let me go to my channel and see. My channel. Let me see. Yeah. Oh shit, that's it. That's good. We're good. We're good. We're good. This is a live channel. Good. We're good. I told them, don't leave. No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm still here. I accidentally closed the chat again. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. All right, cool. Cool. Well, a few of you came over, and you know, there's only 600 people watching that, and I guess a lot of them aren't going to come over. But you know what? We can have fun with our new people that have arrived. I'm just excited to have a few extra people here, man. So let me see what you guys are saying here. You live paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. I don't know why you okay. Okay. I don't answer questions like that. I agree with your points on legal. People can't grow at home until they have no fear of being. Letting people grow at home will end regulatable commerce. Don't leave yet. This channel is not showing as streaming live currently. Huh, but I'm growing my own. Teach us of the Cosmic. What's up, Cosmic Rider? Welcome to the show. Calling Cannabis on here if you can, Cosmic, if that's okay with you. Calling Cannabis. Let me get rid of this window right here. Oh, this is great, man. I'm so glad you guys are here. Here, let's look at those plants. That's a live shot of what's going on in my front yard right now. That's Jack hair. I've actually got some Jack hair from last year, all cured up, and beautiful and ready and lemony. And that stuff out there is even more lemony and candy than this stuff, and it's the same plant, all from the same clone. And I just perpetuate it, you know, and keep it going. And you know, I take that cannabis and I make triage oil and I send it out to them, so it helps them with their pain and stuff. This is probably, but would you mind telling me how much money you have and how rich I am? Let me put it to you this way, Goathead. All right, let me explain to you how you calculate someone's net worth. When someone says they're a millionaire, it's not how much money is in their bank account. That's not what makes you a millionaire. What makes you a millionaire is what's in your bank account, what you have in your home, what you have in your car, okay? If you have any other vehicles or toys or things like that, what those are worth, right? And if you own any businesses or corporations, what the stock is worth if you were to go ahead and sell it at fair market value that day that you're calculating your net worth, that would be how you would calculate my net worth. So if you took what's in my bank accounts, and I don't have just one bank account, and I'll explain that to you as well. If you were to take all my bank accounts and you were to take my businesses and you were to add them all together, you'd have over $1 million, making me a millionaire. It's mostly in corporate stocks that I own, in companies that I own, all one corporation, but different individual locations. Do you have experience how to invest in the industry? The industry? I don't, well, yeah, of course, I you know, you want to put your money in cannabis, I say you learn how to grow yourself, learn how to grow your own food. That's what I say. You want to spend money on a garden, spend money on getting some good, you know, soil and learning how to make your own vegetable compost and compost tea and all the techniques I use. That's what I would recommend, not taking your money and investing in stocks right now. I'd say go get yourself, dig a well, you know, or buy some property on a river or a lake where you got water and where you're going to have power and full sunlight and be able to grow your own food. That's where I'm at. I'm fully off grid here. And that's where I want to talk to Graham and Ron and Jimmy and Steph about eventually when we develop more of a rapport, which we are obviously doing. I love that they made me laugh so hard I almost had a heart attack tonight. My chest still hurts. Plus love, he has our love. Legit, so rich. Goat. I'm legit so rich. Miss you for a while. I need it for my arthritis, lazy memory. Grow your own. Amen. Yeah, I tell you what. I'm going to make a deal with you one day. All right? Maybe not today, but go ahead. You get on Facebook and you share this live stream in a large group and you get some more people here. And because I'm on Facebook too. So you can, I've got 6 channels on Facebook under the name Ben Shader. It's right there in blue, right above me. Follow all 6 Ben Shader Facebook channels. Go on Facebook and find this live stream because I'm live. I should be live on all 6 channels. Share it or share the YouTube video or share the Twitch because I'm live at Twitch, Nays Garden, or the Periscope, Nays Garden, which is on Twitter, or any one of my 6 or 7 channels that I'm broadcasting live on YouTube right now. Share them. Right. So, Amanda, you can, though. You could do it if you really got into the show. You know how Graham and Ron, they had, you know, like, I think they had 1,500 people watching them tonight. And Graham was like, this is the biggest live show we've ever done. Listen, when I do a live stream, I have 33 people watching. You know? So, I offer a lot here. There's a lot of opinion. There's a lot of entertainment. There's a lot of fun. You know, I'm a comedian too, and I'll make you laugh. And I do music on here. I'm a musician, and I share a lot about growing. And I need as much help as I can get. I need as many people as I can get to help me. You know, and Facebook offers that sharing that YouTube doesn't really do. I mean, how many people can you get here from YouTube? You know, it's not easy. It's not easy to get people over from YouTube. But Twitter, if you got a Twitter following and you shared this link to this video on Twitter, or if you had a Facebook following and you shared it in a large group on Facebook, boom. You want to invest directly to the grower. I don't recommend it. let me tell you something. Growing is a dirty business, and it's it's Wild West, and people rip everybody off all the time. And what are you going to do when you invest? You give money to a grower, and then they say, "Hey, sorry, somebody ripped me off last night. All my plants are gone." And then what if they're lying to you? And what if they sold it behind your back to somebody else? And they sold all your shit, and you have no way of knowing. It's not a good idea. It's a dangerous business what you're talking about doing. There's a lot of safer alternatives to what you're proposing. Golden silence. Nay, I've been wanting to invest in someone's business that will get me a good return so I can start free giveaway CBD oils to needy family who can't afford it. Someone's business? What if I get a contract? It won't matter. What if somebody steals the cannabis? You have no way. What I just told you, you have no way of knowing. And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. That's why I have this on a live feed. Right now I'm in full flower and I need to take those plants down soon. They're ready. Anybody come in right now and chop them down. They'd be fine. They're great. And the longer I wait, the more at risk I am of losing that entire grow. And it's not just to someone coming in and trying to steal it. It could be bugs, it could be a storm, it could be, a massive windstorm or something. It just takes everything down. It could just be an earthquake that knocks the plants over, and they all hit the ground and all the buds start rotting on the ground. Those things are moist and full of resiny oil all over them. They're covered. You cannot move. Got some strong friends. You blew up Graham's show tonight. Steve running. Man, to find a person who can hook you up. Dude, Facebook's letting you go longer than 4 hours now, huh? That's pretty goddamn cool. That helps us, podcasters. Goathead, can we call it cannabis, though, instead of weed? Can we call it cannabis, Goathead? Seriously. And there's a reason for that. I'd love to explain that to all the new people that came in from the Graham Elwood, Ron Placone podcast. I'd love to educate you guys on this stuff. It's something I know a lot about. But you'll have to just let me get myself some water. Can you do that? Give me 1 second, okay? I'm going to grab some water over here. Oh, man, I see this freaking mosquito that bit me. Oh, I would love to love to kill it. I would just so love to kill it. All right. I'm going to get the big glass. I'm opting for the big glass. I'm not getting the small glass. I'm getting the big one. All right, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to get some water. I had to clean out my dishwasher, and now it's leaking water. Fucking yay. Your organic everything, it's a rumor, are going longer than 4 hours. I understand, Nays. I may be able to get it. I'll say, get the synthetic bullshit. F that, I'm organic. Tell us about the gaming. So, gaming wants to be blocked from the live stream, so we'll just go ahead and block him. You didn't think I was going to block you? Because that's the game I play. You play the troll game, and I know that game because I troll too. All right? I go on other people's podcasts and try to get reactions out of people all the time. So It's okay that you do that. I want you to know that. I'm just going to block you. And there's a lot of beautiful people that, if you watch Graham Elwood and Ron Placone, I know you're beautiful people. And they're wrong on cannabis. And I'm here to just get you guys to this is walking on me. Get you guys a little education that you might not have had about cannabis. And like Graham and Ron said, I might know a thing or two about it. I might talk about it all the time. And I do. 3 times a day on this podcast. We're here every day, 3 times a day. And we're talking about cannabis, and we're smoking it. We're growing it. I'm showing it. And are you ready for this? Did you see what Amanda just said? Oh, when Amanda comes back, she said, F that, I'm organic everything. So am I. I'm organic everything. And these plants that you're looking at out here, let me give you a full shot. If I can. This is so funny. Here we go. Here, now I'm just going to give you guys a full shot so you can really see the grow. You'll see there's not a lot of the buds, they're really dense. There's a lot of and in the infrared it shows off what's white is the density. You can really see the density of each bud. Now that very top bud at the very top of the screen, well, the beam going across, it's a little crooked, but the camera's a little crooked right now. The beam going across is at the 7 foot 8 inch mark at the top of that beam, and then the tip of that bud is at 11 and a half feet. 11 and a half feet. So Cosmic says, well, I'm not that beautiful. Cosmic, you are beautiful. At gaming, the negative connotation. Are you still organic when it was treated as a weed and destroyed when it was made illegal? Wait. Where's that fucking mosquito at, man? I want to kill it. I was... it's like I want to do a bong hit. This fucking thing already got me once tonight. But I put the triage oil on it. Made me feel a lot better. What do I recommend with chronic nerve pain? The same thing that Jimmy Dore endorses, that Steph Zamorano endorses, that Ronnie Placone endorses, and that Graham Elwood endorsed. The triage oil, you can learn how to make it yourself. It's right here. You can put it in your mouth, you can rub it on your lips. Now, basically, the only thing you can't do that I'm aware of is put it inside your fucking eyes. You could literally put it on your asshole. My friend Blaine, I was about to talk about Billy's asshole for some reason. I don't know. It's so weird. Time just seems to just stop sometimes for no reason. And it's almost like a transport from one place to another. It's the weirdest feeling. But anyway, I don't know what's going on most of those times. But yeah, my friend Billy puts this on his asshole and says it's great. You can put it on anything. Open wounds, you got a cut, you got something bleeding and it hurts, you got a bee sting, you got a wasp, you got poison oak, you got poison ivy. In fact, you want to find all 50 uses, it's all listed at naysgarden.com. This is available at naysgarden.com. And you know what else is there? The ingredients to make this, 3. I'm going to tell you in a second. 3 ingredients. And the instructions on how to make it yourself are there as well. Okay, so it's all there for you. Also, when you're there, if you want to learn how someone like Amanda or someone like me does organic growing, While you're on my website, naysgarden.com, make sure to click the link at the top of the page. It says grow 4 pounds. And there's literally a whole page of free information there. The whole website's free. It's all free. It tells you how I do this, how I grow year round like this. And you guys can do it too. You know, vegetables, my pole beans are in there, potatoes, tomatoes, zucchini. It's fantastic. So we'll talk about that, but I think it's important that you've been into cannabis for a long time. Don't train them with tomato nets. I use string. I've got string out there holding them up. You get the wrong stuff on there and they get really hard when you have to cut them down. They grow into those nets and then it's a lot harder to take them out. Now you just wrap a string around the whole thing and then you cut the string, take the branches out. Or you can leave the string on and cut the branches out, which is probably what I'll do because it'll hold all the branches up. No, I don't have any asparagus, but I should have some goddams. I should have some goddams in there. It's a good idea, Jeremy. You know, I'd like everything. The only thing I grew was a tomato plant in the 4th grade. It didn't end so well. I've got a tomato plant just sprouted in my indoor grow with a clone off of that plant right there. Isn't that neat? I've actually got a clone of that plant growing. Right, I've got 2 clones of it. I don't know if the other one's going to make it though. When I put it in soil, it's got a very weak root system. And I don't even know if this other one's going to make it, man. I hope it does. I think maybe less water is the key. I don't want to overdo it. All right. No law regarding cannabis. Cannabis is for all. Everybody, cyber style. Cheers. What time is it? It's close enough to bottom of the hour. How are you doing that? Have to go beat my head against the wall. Why is that? Oh, because you don't have any? Amanda, what state are you in? What state are you in? Where are you at? I saw what you said in Graham's and Ronnie's chat. I saw that. North Carolina. God, that sucks, man. And you can't leave. I'm in Northern California. I'm on the opposite side of the country that Amanda's on. Where Amanda is, you get caught with cannabis, you go to jail. Where I am, you get caught with cannabis, they ask you if you got some you could spare. You got some you could spare? I don't smoke it myself, but my wife does. You know, if I could give that to my son, I think he'd really appreciate that. Sure, man, no problem. Here, have an ounce. Have 2 ounces. You got any friends? It's so funny. You'll be like that. They'll be like, It shows you all the chat coming in from all your social. Yeah, don't you see it, man? It's right here. XT. XTC. It's right there. Don't you see the chat? It's coming in from Restream. It doesn't catch every chat sometimes. It's weird. And I've got a few people blocked. Couple. I blocked a couple. I've been known to block a person or two. Here they ask for your card. I can't lose my VA check. Amanda, yes, sorry, stupid question. How are you doing that? How am I blowing giant smoke rings? All right. It's not that complicated. It's about oxygenating your lungs. That, if you get a lot of oxygen in your lungs, it makes you feel more relaxed, and it doesn't burn. The smoke won't burn you because you've got oxygen in there, right? So the way you do that is you take a deep breath and you blow it out. What you just did was you put a bunch of oxygen, even though you exhaled, you just put a bunch of oxygen in your bloodstream, okay? And it's in your lungs. So then you exhale all your air, and then you do a bong hit, right? And then when you're done, inhale just a little bit of air on the way down, like a chaser of air. That'll help you keep it off your esophagus. And the smoke is all down here in your lungs now, right? And the smoke is here, and now you'll see when you go to exhale for smoke rings, you blow out some, and nothing happens at first because it's air, right? And then boom, you'll start seeing a little smoke and then a lot of smoke. And then as soon as you see a lot of smoke, you stop, and that's when you start making the smoke rings. And it's just from down here in the throat, and you just make like an O with your mouth while you do it. That's how I do it. And a little puff with my cheeks all at the same time. Just everywhere, little muscles in your face, just to kind of help that O out. And it's very, very subtle. And the lighter you try it, the less you try, the more chances that you'll blow a smoke ring. It's just a slight little tiny puff. It's you hear that? That tiny little puff. That's all it is when I'm blowing smoke rings. A tiny little tiny puff. And then you can blow a whole bunch because you're oxygenating your lungs. Hey, let's try this. Press number 1 if you could never blow smoke rings, but you've been watching my show now and you've learned how to blow smoke rings, and now you can blow smoke rings like a champ. Press number 1 if you learned from watching this show. Press number 1 if you learned how to blow smoke rings watching this show. Anybody? Anybody? Anyone? 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 Anybody? 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 Anyone? Anyone? Nobody? Oh, XTC did. Oh, Just Jay did. Good. I taught some people how to blow smoke rings. Man, I hope I'm not getting a headache. I really, really hope, upon hope, that I am not getting a headache. Ugh. Julian from Trailer Park Boys? I wish, bro. I'd be the man if I was Julian. Julian's like he's like a superhero to me. I tried before to tell her and the feelings I had for her in my heart. Every time that I get near her, I just lose my nerve as I've done from the start. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even when my life is is almost tragic. Don't you know my love for her goes on? And I gotta tell the story of 1,000 rainy days since we first met. Yes, free Julian Assange, yes. It's a big enough umbrella, but it's always me that ends up getting wet. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even when my life is almost tragic, don't you know my love for her goes on? I resolved to call her up 1,000 times a day and ask her if she'll marry me in some old-fashioned way. But my silent fears have gripped me, and before I reach the phone, and before my tongue has tripped me, must I always be alone? Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even when my life is almost tragic, don't you know my love for her goes on? The whole thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even when my life is almost tragic, you know my love for her goes on. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Every little thing, 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 every little thing she does. Little thing she does. Little thing she does. Little thing she does. What she does is magic. Yo, 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 she does this magic, 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 magic. Yo, whoa, yo, whoa, yo, oh, yeah. 1,000 rainy days since we first met. It's a big enough umbrella, and it's always me that ends up. It's a big enough umbrella, but it's always me that ends up getting wet. Big enough umbrella, always me, getting wet. Always me, getting wet, standing in the rain. Always me, always me, always me, always me. You guys like that? Press number 1 if you like the music. I'll play you more. I'll teach you. You guys tune into my show 3 times a week. You know? And I'll play you music, you know? From time to time. From time to time. Let me tune this thing really fast. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. But I can't feed on the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. Oh. But it's on the table, fire is cooking. You know that farming baby slaves are working. The blood is on the table, mouths are choking. I'm going hungry. I'm going hungry, yeah. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. But I can't feed on the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. But it's on the table, fire is cooking. You know they're farming baby slaves are working. The blood is on the table, mouths are choking. Yeah, I'm going hungry. Yeah. I'm going hungry. Yeah. No, I don't mind stealing bread. I don't mind stealing bread. But it's on the table, fire is cooking. You know they're farming baby slaves are working. The blood is on the table, mouths are choking. Yeah, I'm going hungry. Yeah, I'm going hungry. Yeah, no, I don't mind stealing bread. Oh, I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. But it's on the table, fire is cooking. You know they're farming, baby, slaves are working. The blood is on the table, mouths are choking. I'm going hungry, yeah. I'm going hungry, yeah. One time a thing occurred to me, what's real and what's for sale. Think I'd be safer on my own. Flies in the Vaseline we are, sometimes it blows my mind. Keep getting stuck here all the time. Is it you, is it me? Search for things that you can't see. Going blind, out of reach. Going in the Vaseline. One thing and a thing occurred to me. Once drunk and without bail. Think I'd be safer with my own. Flies in the Vaseline we are. Sometimes it blows my mind. Keep getting stuck here all the time. Is it you? Is it me? Search for things that you can't see. Going blind, out of reach. Somewhere in the Vaseline. You see the look and you see the lie. You eat the lies and you wait. Sometimes it blows my mind. Keep getting stuck here all the time. Is it you? Is it me? Search for things that you can't see. Going blind, out of reach. Somewhere in the Vaseline. Right on, Cosmic Rider. That's nice. I'm the man in the box. Right on, Amanda. Reading my shit. Won't you come and save me? Yes, Jeremy Chase, I can do Pink Floyd. I'm the dog who gets beat. Won't you come and save me? Will be wasting our beauty in my eye, and you're so sure. Cosmic says respect. I gotta run to keep from hiding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider, yeah. And I don't own the clothes I wear, and this run goes on forever. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. I'm not gonna let them catch a midnight rider, yeah. I forgot this part. I can't believe I've... Yeah, I remember it. gone past the point of caring. Some old man I'll soon be sharing. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. Not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider, yeah. But I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. I'm not gonna let 'em catch the midnight rider, yeah. But I'm not gonna let 'em catch me, no. I'm not gonna let 'em catch a midnight rider, yeah. That's fun. My fingers are hurting. I've been playing my acoustic so hard. My fingers are hurting. But you gotta catch them. I need a new guitar pick here. You guys, when you order stuff from me, you get a guitar pick that's been used on this broadcast. So, when you get one of these guitar picks, know that I've been playing music with it right here. I'm like Marty at the end of Marty. I'm like Marty at the end of Back to the Future. There's a party on the street, and the people bounce to me, and the crews, they've all worked it over that way. And the party, there's no difference in here, and the people seem to know it's just a disco. Constitution, make a vow for new revolution. They all bow, the pain is around me. Get my guitar and play, just like yesterday. And I get on my knees and pray. Well, don't get booed again. No, no! Don't get booed again! Oh no! I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just faking my way through that. It's a good song though. Who are you? Just with your fingers. Who are you? Who are you? Woke up with a Soho doorway, a policeman knew my name. Dude, this fucking mosquito was just on my face. He's gonna bite my face, isn't he? Dude, I will punch my face. I will knock myself out to kill this fucking mosquito. You should probably watch the rest of the show. Me versus this fucking mosquito. I woke up in a Soho doorway, a policeman knew my name. He said you can't go home tonight if you can get up and walk away. I stumbled back to the underground and got back to my busy day. I remember throwing passes around, falling far away. Where were you? I really want to know. Tell me, who are you? Thank you, Amanda. Tell me, who are you? I took the two back to town, back to the rolling pin. I felt a little like a dying clown in the little Laurentian kid. I stumbled back and I hiccuped. Got back to the bitches around with such a long exit. Where were you? I really want to know. I really want to know. Is that my hair? I really want to know. Come on, tell me, who are you? You. Come on, mosquito, where are you? I want to kill you. Come out and play. Come out and play, you little fuck stick. I want you to die. I know you are intrigued with me, so come hither. Yeah, I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours. That little mosquito's like, I smell a human. Fuck yeah, come here. Come here. I got you, son. 5.5 hour show delivered to you for free. 3 shows every day delivered to you for free. If you're still here, press number 1 so I can see who my dear supporters are. Who are my dear supporters? Red up, gypsy power queen in Memphis. Trying to take me upstairs for a ride. So let her, then she cover me with roses. She blew my nose and then she blew my mind. It's a honky-tonk woman. Give me the honky-tonk. I lived there for say in New York City. Had to put up some kind of a fight. The lady, then she covered me with roses. I just can't seem to drink it off my mind. It's a honky-tonk woman. Give me the honky-tonk. That's a good ending, right? I could end it so many different ways. They're all pretty cool, though. Which one? Just pick one. 10 different ways. Crip says, I can barely see people's responses. Really? I can move out of the way, I guess. Yeah, someone was asking about that earlier, I think. Let's see, which one is it? This one? Yeah. There, that's better. There. There you go. How's that? Keep aspect ratio. There we go. Cool. That's what we want. Keep that shit realistic, son. Cosmic Rider says, just got the grow on the live cam. Crip in Exile says, dude, you're the best. You haven't even heard my best licks yet. I'm saving them. I'm kidding. I'm fucking burnt. I mean, I could try to play that thing I play from Crossroads, but oh my goodness, man. Turn the reverb way up. It'd be fun with reverb way up. Here, I could do it with reverb way up. Here, check this out. That's obnoxious reverb right there. It's fun to turn up the reverb all the way and play that. Man, I almost have that song down. Almost. Yeah, the dog's out. I'm watching the dog sleep, kicking his little feet. Yeah, I'm left-handed. You guys, I've got to go. You know, 5 hours and 40 minutes is my limit. You guys make sure you all check out Ron Placone, ronplacone.com. Ron Placone on YouTube is Get Your News On with Ron. On Twitter, please follow him. It's at Ron Placone. Instagram, Facebook, Ron Placone. And Graham Elwood, shouts out to both of them for making my ass laugh and answering all my super chats tonight. That was great. Shouts out to Jimmy Dore for popping in there and being one of us tonight in the Graham Elwood Ron Placone show. It was just fantastic to have Jimmy Dore actually in there with us. And shouts out to Steph Zamorano, Tim Black, H.A. Goodman. Shouts out to Michael Malice and everybody that's appeared on the show that I've interviewed here. And if you want to see the interviews, they're all there at Nays Garden. All the interviews, including 2 interviews with Graham, 2 interviews with Ron. You guys will love. And there's more to come with those guys, guaranteed. We'll be talking more, about, especially about cannabis. Oh, watch how quick I convince them about this. No law regarding cannabis. Start pushing it on them. Start saying, yeah, no law regarding cannabis. What are you thinking? Why should people like Training A have to pay for people's school? Why should people like Training A growing his cannabis have to pay for police or pay for federal government? Why not stop the fucking wars and take the money from that instead? Okay? Instead of taking it from people like us that are working our asses off to get free cannabis out to the people that need it. Remember that. All right? People like Jimmy Dore. He needs it, man. He's got a lot of pain. He's got a lot of issues. I'm basically his doctor. Yeah, I can take care of him 50 different ways. So it's all the information. The 3 ingredients I promised you guys. It's just coconut oil, 98%, peppermint oil, 1%, and activated THC oil that comes out of any old dabber like this. You can't be smoking flower and get this. You'll just get resin. You don't want resin. You either want rosin and then you want to activate it at 275 degrees, or you want Reclaim, which is activated THC oil. It's already activated at extreme heat. So that stuff right there is all you need to make my pain oil. 98% coconut oil, 1% peppermint oil. So simple. All right, you guys, all the instructions and everything is there at naysgarden.com. All right, Amanda. It's so nice meeting you guys that came over. Damon, all of you guys that came over from Graham and Ronnie, man, let them know you came over. Let those guys know on Twitter. Tweet at them. Say, hey, we went over to Nays Garden after your podcast. We should make that a tradition where after you guys are done, tell everybody to come running on over to Nays Garden and have a smoke session and talk about what you guys just did. All right, you guys, take care. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, tomorrow morning. It'll be late, 10 o'clock, something like that, I'm sure. Oh, and tomorrow I get the ECU for my Jeep, man. So hopefully it'll arrive. Hopefully. We'll see. I don't want to say it's definitely coming, My wizard skills and all.